Think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the part you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
At Ringneck Energy, their mission is to produce renewable energy that adds value to grain and livestock production, enhances the income of their investor partners, and provide a safe, rewarding work environment. Located at 901 Redwood Avenue in Oneida, South Dakota. Call 605-945-6900 or check ringneckenergy.com. A proud supporter of local schools and wishes all students the best of luck in all their activities during the school year, creating economic opportunities in our community.
Titan Machinery is actively hiring service technicians to our Case IH team in Highmore, Miller, and Pierre. Whether you are an experienced technician or looking to start your career, Titan has a spot for you. Earn a competitive pay with the potential to make upwards of 6 figures. Titan Machinery offers company HSA and 401k contributions, free single health care, and a generous tool allowance. For more information, log into titanmachinery.com/careers or contact Titan Machinery, your Case IH dealer, at 701-356-0130.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Dano's Marine in Fort Pierre is your one-stop shop for all things boats and watercraft. They are your local Vexus and Alumacraft boat dealer, some of the best boats on the water. Dano's also offers a full line of services to maintain your boat out of the water so you can enjoy more time on the water. Their certified technicians proudly service Yamaha, Mercury, and Everroot motors. Stop in today to visit about your next watercraft. Dano's Marine, proud sponsor of Pierre and Fort Pierre athletics and events.
Wow, Bill, you're walking so much better. What did you do?
Well, I got so tired of the pain and nearly fell. And one of my friends recommended physical therapy at Winter Physical Therapy. And you know what? My back also stopped hurting.
Huh. So how did you get started?
My doctor wrote me a referral, but that's not always needed. Turns out you always have a choice where you want to go.
So why did you choose Winter Physical Therapy?
I love to support our locally owned small businesses, and quite frankly, they give great personalized care.
Winter Physical Therapy. Exceptional care.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for license details.
For over 70 years, Pitt's Design Build has earned our reputation locally for serving communities across South Dakota. We provide design and building services for schools, hospitals, churches, commercial offices, multifamily housing, and so much more. Pitt's Design Build is conveniently located in Pierre, Mitchell, and Sioux Falls to serve you and your organization. We bring value to our clients by facilitating the design and/or construction process. Give us a call today and check us out at pittsdesignbuild.com for a free building consultation.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierre, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
DRG Media Group Sports is the official voice of the Pierre Governors.
Kenols wants to run again, and he's got room. 40, 30, foot race to the 10, 5, and a touchdown. Pierre will come back and set up Avery Kaiser on the outside left through the block, and that's down.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and also at the River 92.7 page of the DRG News app, brought to you by Golden Buffalo and DRGnews.com.
Briggs Trucking and Construction in Fort Pierre provides quality freight transportation services, cargo hauling, excavation, and demolition services. They also specialize in dirt and gravel work for everything from commercial work to new construction. Briggs Trucking and Construction will haul everything from light poles to farm and agricultural supplies. The bigger the job or the bigger the load, the better, as that is where their expertise really shines. Contact Briggs Trucking and Construction at 605-280-2848 or email them at cbriggs25@pi.midco.net to visit about your next project.
Graham Tire of Pierre is your premier hometown shop, specializing in tires to fit vehicles, from ATVs to large farm equipment and everything in between. At your tire store next door, you can find a plethora of brand name tires that range from 4 to 10 ply and much more. Our highly skilled technicians can handle brakes, heating, and air conditioning. Call us today at 224-8643 or visit us at grahamtire.com. Graham Tire is a proud sponsor of Pierre and surrounding communities' local activities.
Scott Darnell with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
Dimmick Cheese has been making handmade artisan cheese for over 90 years and has over 25 flavors of cheese. Stop by the store for sampling of all the cheeses. The store also offers several South Dakota-made products. And at the store, find Remedy Brewing on tap. Dimmick Cheese offers gift boxes, and fundraisers are available. To find out more, go to the website, dimmickdairy.com, or call 605-928-3833. And don't forget to check your local grocery store for their premium cheeses and cheese spreads. Dimmick Cheese.
Dakota Pro Air is a locally family-owned business that has been taking care of farmers' aerial needs since 2020. With locations in Letcher and Miller, Dakota Pro Air is able to provide service to a large area. Ground conditions too wet, or just don't want those sprayer tracks in your field? Give Dakota Pro Air a call for all your chemical and fertilizer application needs at 605-248-2314.
Olson Plumbing in Pierre provides complete plumbing and drain cleaning services to commercial and residential customers. Olson Plumbing understands how the simple things in life are often the things we can't live without, and running water is the top of the list. Olson Plumbing offers 24/7 emergency services, and they can be at your location in under an hour in most cases. If you need help with your plumbing system, call Olson Plumbing 605-224-6436.
You asked for it. Nonstop flights between Pierre and Minneapolis. Now you can book nonstop flights from Pierre to Minneapolis and Denver on Denver Air Connection. 1-hour flights on 50-passenger jets with fares starting at just $119 one way. Seats are limited and restrictions apply. Business, pleasure, a game, a winter getaway. It's easy when you fly from Pierre. Visit DenverAirConnection.com/Expedia to book your trip today. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre Regional Airport. Minneapolis flights begin November 30th.
At Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Being local means more than being just another small-town business. It means showing up for our member owners when they need us, supporting the organizations that empower the next generation of community leaders and agriculturalists, and providing resources to help ensure the communities we live in are here for generations to come. At AgTegra Cooperative, local isn't just about where our locations are. It's about serving our farmers, our employees, and our communities in ways that nobody else will.
Hey Josie, why so glum, chum? I can't find a way to get my whole group to one spot without taking all these cars. You haven't heard of Denwall Transportation? They have luxury seating buses with air conditioning, outlets to charge your phone, and other must-haves for traveling. Whoa, no way! Yeah, you should check them out. Where can I find them? You can follow them on Facebook or denwalltransportation.com, or hey, let's give them a call at 605-532-3836. Denwall Transportation, let us do the driving.
Explore the 2023 Lincoln Navigator at Capital City Ford in Lincoln. Every time you approach your Lincoln, you'll receive a re-carpet welcome. Twin turbocharged 3.5 V6 engine with auto start-stop technology, you'll travel confidently with technology that meets all your needs. Now you can get the 2023 Navigator for 5.9% at 72 months. Stop in to see the full vehicle lineup at Capital City Ford in Lincoln. Capital City Ford in Pierre, South Dakota.
Now's your chance for a great deal on smoking fast fiber internet from Venture Communications. Upgrade to the speed you need, up to 1 gig. And with whole home Wi-Fi included as part of your service, experience no-lag gaming, your favorite music, web surfing, HD video streaming, and connect to the latest smart devices. If you're ready for an upgrade, call or visit Venture Communications online.
Allied Plumbing and Heating is your contact for business, farm, commercial, and residential plumbing needs located in Pierre. No job is too big or small for Allied. Put our over 50 years of experience to work for you. At Allied Plumbing and Heating, the only surprise we want for our customers is how fast they get the job done. That's why we offer free estimates on every single service, no hidden charges. Give them a call today at Allied Plumbing and Heating. Remember, you can rely on your allies.
John Hoffman Electric is your neighborhood electrical service contractor and so much more. No job is too big or too small for our team of professionals. We pride ourselves on keeping up with new technologies such as Aerial, an augmented reality visual tool used to customize and experience a finished space before breaking ground. So whether you're building new or renovating a home, farm, or commercial space, let John Hoffman Electric light the way. John Hoffman is a proud sponsor of all local activities broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Protect what matters most with the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, American Family Insurance. Our personalized insurance solutions ensure you're covered, no matter what life throws your way. From home and auto to farm, commercial, and life, we tailor policies to fit your unique needs. With our dedicated team and exceptional service, you'll have peace of mind knowing you're in good hands. Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC.
Best of luck in today's competition to the Potter County Battlers from Black Sheep Agronomy, your local agronomy experts. Black Sheep Agronomy wants you to have a successful farm plan and is focused on products and practices that work in this region. As community members themselves, Tyler, Tice, and Austin support area students who work hard in their school and extracurricular activities. Good luck, Battlers from Black Sheep Agronomy. Call 842-6104 for all your agronomy needs.
Stay in a beautiful Black Hills vacation home, the Summit on Dancing Sky near Leeds, South Dakota, in the popular Powder House Pass development. It's a modern rustic design with over 5,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, and 5 baths for you to enjoy. You'll get gorgeous views of the Terry Peak Mountain Range. There's a community pool to enjoy, and you're close to all the attractions like Deadwood, Sturgis, Spearfish, and a whole lot more. The Summit on Dancing Sky. Visit them at dancingsky.com.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
With our new online loan application, you can go to our website and apply for a loan when it's most convenient for you. We make getting loan approval fast and easy. Our local lenders are available to assist you if you have any questions. We make it pain-free to get that loan you've been wanting. We're an equal housing lender. Oahe Federal Credit Union, your hometown credit union since 1955. Federally insured by NCUA.
Grossenberg Implement just made it easier to find good used equipment. Just go to grossenberg.com and see what used equipment we have that you may want to upgrade to. Lots of 2023 units between tractors, combines, and everything in between. Stop into any of our 9 locations or browse online to see what will fit your operation. Grossenberg Implement has several late models available and great financing to help you with the cash flow. Visit with Grossenberg Sales Pros today to
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your team or reach the region and state. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Todd Sandel today and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
When you're thinking of a new or used car, motorcycle, pickup, or RV, think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the part you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
At Ringneck Energy, their mission is to produce renewable energy that adds value to grain and livestock production, enhances the income of their investor partners, and provide a safe, rewarding work environment. Located at 901 Redwood Avenue in Oneida, South Dakota. Call 605-945-6900 or check ringneckenergy.com. A proud supporter of local schools and wishes all students the best of luck in all their activities during the school year, creating economic opportunities in our community.
Titan Machinery is actively hiring service technicians to our Case IH team in Highmore, Miller, and Pierre. Whether you are an experienced technician or looking to start your career, Titan has a spot for you. Earn a competitive pay with the potential to make upwards of 6 figures. Titan Machinery offers company HSA and 401k contributions, free single health care, and a generous tool allowance. For more information, log into titanmachinery.com/careers or contact Titan Machinery, your Case IH dealer, at 701-356-0130.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Dano's Marine in Fort Pierre is your one-stop shop for all things boats and watercraft. They are your local Vexus and Alumacraft boat dealer, some of the best boats on the water. Dano's also offers a full line of services to maintain your boat out of the water so you can enjoy more time on the water. Their certified technicians proudly service Yamaha, Mercury, and Everroot motors. Stop in today to visit about your next watercraft. Dano's Marine, proud sponsor of Pierre and Fort Pierre athletics and events.
Wow, Bill, you're walking so much better. What did you do?
Well, I got so tired of the pain and nearly fell. And one of my friends recommended physical therapy at Winter Physical Therapy. And you know what? My back also stopped hurting.
Huh. So how did you get started?
My doctor wrote me a referral, but that's not always needed. Turns out you always have a choice where you want to go.
So why did you choose Winter Physical Therapy?
I love to support our locally owned small businesses, and quite frankly, they give great personalized care.
Winter Physical Therapy. Exceptional care.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for license details.
For over 70 years, Pitt's Design Build has earned our reputation locally for serving communities across South Dakota. We provide design and building services for schools, hospitals, churches, commercial offices, multifamily housing, and so much more. Pitt's Design Build is conveniently located in Pierre, Mitchell, and Sioux Falls to serve you and your organization. We bring value to our clients by facilitating the design and/or construction process. Give us a call today and check us out at pittsdesignbuild.com for a free building consultation.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierre, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
DRG Media Group Sports is the official voice of the Pierre Governors.
Kenols wants to run again, and he's got room. 40, 30, foot race to the 10, 5, and a touchdown. Pierre will come back and set up Avery Kaiser on the outside left through the block, and that's down.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and also at the River 92.7 page of the DRG News app, brought to you by Golden Buffalo and DRGnews.com.
Briggs Trucking and Construction in Fort Pierre provides quality freight transportation services, cargo hauling, excavation, and demolition services. They also specialize in dirt and gravel work for everything from commercial work to new construction. Briggs Trucking and Construction will haul everything from light poles to farm and agricultural supplies. The bigger the job or the bigger the load, the better, as that is where their expertise really shines. Contact Briggs Trucking and Construction at 605-280-2848 or email them at cbriggs25@pi.midco.net to visit about your next project.
Graham Tire of Pierre is your premier hometown shop, specializing in tires to fit vehicles, from ATVs to large farm equipment and everything in between. At your tire store next door, you can find a plethora of brand name tires that range from 4 to 10 ply and much more. Our highly skilled technicians can handle brakes, heating, and air conditioning. Call us today at 224-8643 or visit us at grahamtire.com. Graham Tire is a proud sponsor of Pierre and surrounding communities' local activities.
Scott Darnell with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
Dimmick Cheese has been making handmade artisan cheese for over 90 years and has over 25 flavors of cheese. Stop by the store for sampling of all the cheeses. The store also offers several South Dakota-made products. And at the store, find Remedy Brewing on tap. Dimmick Cheese offers gift boxes, and fundraisers are available. To find out more, go to the website, dimmickdairy.com, or call 605-928-3833. And don't forget to check your local grocery store for their premium cheeses and cheese spreads. Dimmick Cheese.
Dakota Pro Air is a locally family-owned business that has been taking care of farmers' aerial needs since 2020. With locations in Letcher and Miller, Dakota Pro Air is able to provide service to a large area. Ground conditions too wet, or just don't want those sprayer tracks in your field? Give Dakota Pro Air a call for all your chemical and fertilizer application needs at 605-248-2314.
Olson Plumbing in Pierre provides complete plumbing and drain cleaning services to commercial and residential customers. Olson Plumbing understands how the simple things in life are often the things we can't live without, and running water is the top of the list. Olson Plumbing offers 24/7 emergency services, and they can be at your location in under an hour in most cases. If you need help with your plumbing system, call Olson Plumbing 605-224-6436.
You asked for it. Nonstop flights between Pierre and Minneapolis. Now you can book nonstop flights from Pierre to Minneapolis and Denver on Denver Air Connection. 1-hour flights on 50-passenger jets with fares starting at just $119 one way. Seats are limited and restrictions apply. Business, pleasure, a game, a winter getaway. It's easy when you fly from Pierre. Visit DenverAirConnection.com/Expedia to book your trip today. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre Regional Airport. Minneapolis flights begin November 30th.
At Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports. It's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Being local means more than being just another small-town business. It means showing up for our member owners when they need us, supporting the organizations that empower the next generation of community leaders and agriculturalists, and providing resources to help ensure the communities we live in are here for generations to come. At AgTegra Cooperative, local isn't just about where our locations are. It's about serving our farmers, our employees, and our communities in ways that nobody else will.
Hey Josie, why so glum, chum? I can't find a way to get my whole group to one spot without taking all these cars. You haven't heard of Denwall Transportation? They have luxury seating buses with air conditioning, outlets to charge your phone, and other must-haves for traveling. Whoa, no way! Yeah, you should check them out. Where can I find them? You can follow them on Facebook or denwalltransportation.com, or hey, let's give them a call at 605-532-3836. Denwall Transportation, let us do the driving.
Explore the 2023 Lincoln Navigator at Capital City Ford in Lincoln. Every time you approach your Lincoln, you'll receive a re-carpet welcome. Twin turbocharged 3.5 V6 engine with auto start-stop technology, you'll travel confidently with technology that meets all your needs. Now you can get the 2023 Navigator for 5.9% at 72 months. Stop in to see the full vehicle lineup at Capital City Ford in Lincoln. Capital City Ford in Pierce, South Dakota.
Now's your chance for a great deal on smoking fast fiber internet from Venture Communications. Upgrade to the speed you need, up to 1 gig. And with whole home Wi-Fi included as part of your service, experience no-lag gaming, your favorite music, web surfing, HD video streaming, and connect to the latest smart devices. If you're ready for an upgrade, call or visit Venture Communications online.
Allied Plumbing and Heating is your contact for business, farm, commercial, and residential plumbing needs located in Pierre. No job is too big or small for Allied. Put our over 50 years of experience to work for you. At Allied Plumbing and Heating, the only surprise we want for our customers is how fast they get the job done. That's why we offer free estimates on every single service, no hidden charges. Give them a call today at Allied Plumbing and Heating. Remember, you can rely on your allies.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money. Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
LLC, All Around Graphics, Anderson Rumsa Dental, Black Hills Federal Credit Union, Capital City Campus, Coca-Cola, Delta Dental, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Floss Dentistry, Guadalajara, Iceberg Funeral Home, James River Broadcasting and DRG Media Group, Maher Law Office, Midco, Hollinger Law Firm, Pierre Chamber of Commerce, Pierre Dental Clinic, Pitts Design and Build, Red Rosa, South Dakota National Guard, Stolken Peterson Lingle Walti and Jones LLP, and Wegner Auto. And now DRG Media Group proudly presents live Pierre Governor Football.
On your official home of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and we'll be live streaming too this game with the Pierre Governors as they take on the Spearfish Spartans at Phil Troutner Stadium at Hollister Field. You can watch this game and hear it at drgnews.com and the River 92.7 page, or the River 92.7 page of the DRG News smartphone app. Good evening, everybody. I'm Brian Oakland, as the Governors are back home for really what could, for all intents and purposes, be their final home game of the season. Last week, they went out to Sturgis and defeated the Scoopers to shake a 4-game losing streak. Win in that one 17-14. Tight ball game, but again, the defense came up big. The offense made plays in the end when they really had to. Tonight, they're going to need a bigger effort against a team that is one of the feel-good stories of the year. The 6-1 Spearfish Spartans coming in as they'll bring a little 2-game win streak, I believe it is, but a 58-0 win over the Douglas Patriots last week, a signature win at Watertown in overtime 27-20 2 weeks ago. This team has a lot of good things going, and this team's got a lot to prove when they come here to Pierre, and that's a story in and of itself that we'll try not to get too much into here tonight. We're glad to have you joining us here from wherever you are. John Calda will join me later on. We are live streaming with the help of Live Ticket. Jordan Lutmer is on camera duty tonight, and Chuck Hansen will run our show in studio. Plenty to talk about as we get you set up for Pierre Governor football. We've got our Bank West pregame show, by the way, and this game is brought to you within the broadcast tonight by Gale's Gas Service in Pierre, Cowboy Country Stores of Pierre and Fort Pierre, Hermanson Endodontics, Family Dental Offices of Pierre and Gettysburg, by Wealth Partners Ameriprise Financial, Coca-Cola Bottling, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Comtech, South Dakota Attorney General's Office, Envirotech, and Central Dakota Eye Care, and it is Bank West who sponsors our pregame show. We'll begin that in 3 minutes. We'll take a trip around Class 11AA. It's the state of football in 11AA. The stats and the power rankings and the schedule for tonight, and maybe a little look at playoff prognostications, among other things. Of course, we'll chat with the coaches tonight, starting lineups and more, all coming up in 3 minutes. Your Bank West pregame show. It's Pierre Governor football on the official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, Bank West has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. Bank West Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose Bank West. Bank West. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app from the App Store or Google Play. It takes only a moment, so you'll have it in time for this game. See live and archive video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota High School Sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app. Download it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Are you looking to make a change? A career, not just a job. Beck Motor Company is seeking a dedicated and skilled general service technician to join our dynamic team. If you're passionate about automotive service and looking for a rewarding career, we want to hear from you. 2 to 4 years required minimum related experience and or training. Flag rate or hourly options available, 401k, free individual health insurance, paid leave, a company cabin in the Black Hills, on-site gym and more. Contact Dave Lemieux at 605-224-5912 or stop by Beck Motors for more information.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Superior Concrete is proud to sponsor the Governors this season and just as proud to offer the finest concrete solutions available for commercial and residential applications, as well as foundation and flat work. The bottom line, if you need anything done with concrete, we can do it. Superior Concrete. Give us a call today for an estimate or more information. That's Superior Concrete. Find us on Facebook or call the office at 605-494-0102. That's 494-0102. Call today.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? Live Ticket TV has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as a basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages starting at $20 an hour. Call 833-605-LIVE, extension 3. That's 833-605-5483, extension 3, and punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
Welcome back to Phil Trotner Stadium in Hollister Field. It is our Bank West pregame show. Brian Oakland ready to go with play-by-play, joined by John Wayne Calda tonight. And before we speak with our hired help tonight, we will remind everybody who's out on the road for whatever the purpose, feel free to buckle up every trip, every time. That's an as always reminder from our friends at the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, who celebrate being a part of a team no matter how far. Buckle up every trip, every time. JW, John Wayne Calda, good to see you again. It's been a while since we've worked a game together. We had some vacation time in there and other things. But anyway, a big game coming up to tonight for the Pierre Governors and a big game for the Spearfish Spartans, maybe for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, both teams want to bolster their playoff positioning. The Governors especially, because right now they're sitting in the bottom 3 of the top 8 in Class 11 AA. Chances for a home game are slim to none, but right now it's just a matter of bouncing off a 17-14 win at Sturgis, trying to play better and just play as best you can, because you're going to need that as you get into the next few weeks ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of looking at us in terms of, obviously a good win last week with Sturgis, but tonight it's just carrying that momentum, and that's, again, we've talked all kind of all summer or season, about just carrying that momentum, find that momentum, eventually get into that postseason and see what this team can do. And again, obviously a good win last weekend and just finding that identity we've talked about. And I think we found what that is now, and just using that to our advantage and see what we can do.
Use that word identity. And I think all season long, it's mostly been a defensive identity. That offense really needs to find some identity if this team is going to have success deeper into the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the teams of old, and we've talked about that quite a bit. And I think we found I think we established a pretty good run game right now. And I think what we seen with Sturgis last week is kind of where we need to go in terms of allowing that run game to develop. But yet you've got obviously Big Cooper Terwilliger, and you've got our tight ends that are going to find themselves opened up in the flats, I think, here and there, or crossing routes. And those are the things that we need to expose on a team like Spearfish tonight.
And another thing you said, it's not the teams of old. It's not your older brothers, Pierre Governors. This team we'll see tonight is not your older brothers, Spearfish Spartans.
Spartans either. This team is a brand new identity, and they're running with it, and they're having a good time this year.
Yeah, and that happens with the team when you start looking at, obviously their past seasons that they've had, and right now they've got a really good thing going, and that brings a lot of excitement. I mean, we've seen it within, Huron in the first half of our game, a team that struggles a little bit, but you give them a little bit of momentum, they jump on that, and they eventually, again, just keep propelling and keep going and keep going and keep going, and we're seeing that out of a really good Spearfish team.
Now, I think we've got Spearfish fans who might be following us. Big shout out to Cadillac Jacks tonight, though, by the way. I think they're watching us on GoGovs.live. We appreciate that. But and I don't want to dwell on the events of the past because let's leave it in the past. However, I think from a human standpoint, these kids who come out here for the Spartans as a favored ball club, you would likely think if they get a chance to get a lead, I think they're going to want to try to run it up a little bit, and you can't blame them.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, everybody knows what we're talking about, what happened here a couple of years ago, or
5 years ago.
5 years ago. It seems like it's a couple of years ago, but and some of these kids were probably sitting in the stands, and some of these coaches were probably on staff at that point in time and remember that pretty well. And so I guarantee they're coming hungry tonight, especially with the season that they've had.
But all things considered, I mean, we might have a low-scoring game and flip a coin in the end because, it's still Pierre. And Spearfish, I'm sure, is very well aware. Pierre is Pierre, and it's a tough team to beat.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you look at what Spearfish does, I mean, and going back and looking at film all week on them, it's big plays. It's 50, 60, 70 yards that they are, again, kind of hanging their hat on right now. And if you can negate that, obviously there's going to be, again, pretty low scoring ball game. And for us, I think it's time of possession. I think it's, possibly getting in 2 or 3 times, but just making sure that we score every time that we have that opportunity.
All right, looking forward to big opportunities for both teams coming up here tonight. The state of football in 11 AA has Watertown and Yankton tied at 5-2 in the power rankings. They're the 1-2 seed. Spearfish, with the best record in the class, is the 3rd power rated team right now. Even though they're 6-1, Brookings at 5-2 is the 4 seed. If the postseason were to begin tonight, T-Area at 4-3, then the Governors, Aberdeen Central, and Huron, they are all 3-4, and all with a 39 even power ranking, power average. The Governors happen to have head-to-head wins over both Aberdeen and Huron so far this year, so they would be the 6th seed if the postseason were to begin tonight, and they would go to the number 3 seed, which happens to be Spearfish. So a possible postseason matchup, a postseason preview of sorts here this evening. Mitchell at 1-6, Sturgis 2-5, Douglas 0-7. Those are the 3 teams on the outside looking in. The schedule tonight for Class 11 AA, in addition to the Spartans being here in the capital city, Brookings goes out west to Douglas. Yankton is at T-Area for a big one tonight. Watertown is at Sturgis. Huron playing at Mitchell, and Aberdeen Central hosts the 11 AAA opponent in Sioux Falls, Lincoln this evening. We'll talk about more games in 11 AAA and other Central South Dakota games going on a little bit later on if given the opportunity here in our pregame. Let's take another 3-minute break, and we'll chat with the coaches coming up. It's Keys to Success, starting with Steve Steele, the head coach of the 7-time defending 11 AA champion Pierre Governors. You're listening to Governor Football.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building, the garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
This is Coach Scott Nye from your Pierre Governors and the team at Ranky Gray Wealth Management, where we focus on coaching something just as important, your finances. Everyone needs guidance through life's key financial decisions and challenges. Not to mention the opportunity to feel confident that their retirement strategy will help them pursue the lifestyle they've dreamed about. As you're looking for the right team to assist you, we're right up the street and ready to provide you the help that can make all the difference. Contact our peer office today by visiting rankygray.com.
Why am I so sore? There are everyday moments.
Whoa, hey, hold the ladder! Hold the ladder!
Yeah, that hurt. And there are epic moments.
Slide! College! Class of 1995!
When a moment creates a health need, visit the experts at Avera Orthopedics. We're moving health forward so you can tell the story. Learn more at avera.org/orthopedics.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre is here for you. When you're looking for a new vehicle, they make it easy. Getting all available vehicle information so you can spend less time researching and more time enjoying your purchase. Shop their extensive inventory from home at CapitalCityFordToyota.com or stop in to Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota at 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Count on them for your service needs with convenient scheduling and in-stock parts. Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 605-224-7378.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
All right, it's time to talk with the coach again. Coach Steve Steele of the Governors and Keys to Success. Big game for the Govs tonight as they come in back home to take on the Spearfish Spartans. A win at Sturgis last week, 17-14. And first of all, just good to get a win again. It's been a month, I suppose, but granted, another game where you can nitpick and say, boy, you probably could have had plenty more points on the board, but that's the stepping stone maybe that you need now to take on, your most playoff-ready opponent down the stretch here.
Yeah, and I said when you're in the midst of a losing streak like that, I mean, there is no such thing as an easy win. So, we had plenty of adversity, self-imposed, outside imposed, and it didn't matter. I was very proud of the guys to persevere, find a way to get a win, get the monkey off our backs. Now we can really hone in on this next game. This should be a really big game.
Seemed like penalties were killers, and they just came at the most inopportune times. They're taking first downs or touchdowns off the board, and obviously they're correctable mistakes. I hope that that's what you saw on film as you kind of reassess those things, but you got to correct them as you move forward here against the Spearfish Spartans.
Yeah, we've just got to play a clean game here. If we can play a game with no penalties offensively, that was kind of we took care of the football for the most part. We had the early fumble, but after that, we played a mistake-free game in terms of taking care of the football. So, the next step is taking care of the penalties, and then if we can do both of those, then those long drives are going to be finished with touchdowns.
And that was a game, too, where a little bit of adversity, obviously more injuries that you have to deal with, unfortunately, but the adversity in the form of, Sturgis hit you in the mouth a couple of times in that second half. You responded right back, and certainly wasn't any time to panic, but you didn't panic at all.
No, and this credit to the guys. Especially when you get into a game, you have that negative connotation just with the bad taste in your mouth from the previous month, and they take that lead, towards the middle of the fourth quarter, and have the guys have the fortitude to come out right away, take the lead back, and then the defense to go out and shut the door was a really good mindset to team.
All right, Spearfish to me is a feel-good story. They're 6-1 on the season. They come a long way in 5 years, and certainly part of their history has been here with the Governors. They're going to be real hungry coming into tonight, knowing that they're probably the favored team on paper.
Yeah, they should be. They're 6-1. They've been playing really good football. They've got some really good wins, some really quality wins this season. So, they should be the favorite. And, it's kind of a reversal of roles the last couple of years, but it doesn't make it any less exciting from their standpoint. And it doesn't change the fact that we got to win this game from our standpoint.
And, what are you seeing from them on film? Why are they 6-1 this year?
They're a very just sound team. Offensively, they don't necessarily put a ton of drives together, but they don't make mistakes. And when they have big play opportunities, they hit them, and they hit them for touchdowns. I'd say most of their touchdowns those last 5-6 weeks have come from the big play, but they don't have a lot of turnovers. Very similar to a Brookings-esque, but with more explosiveness on the offensive side. And then defensively, they fly around. They've got some really, really good football players on the defensive side of the ball. They do some things that are a little different than other teams do. So I think it's just a little bit different mental load against these guys because they have a lot more moving pieces. But, couple that with some really good players they have over there, and you've got a good team.
In the last 4 years, I suppose, when you've played them, they've made plays with big plays. A lot of that through the air. They've had a lot of speed, but they're a little more ground-oriented this year, aren't they?
Yeah, they kind of got guys that can do anything. I mean, their quarterback's a really, really good player. We've seen him last year as a freshman. He's a sophomore now, and he's really, really good. Can make plays with his feet, extend plays, and throw with his arm. They've got a running back that's really, really good. Got another running back and receiver that are really good. They've got a lot of different tools back there that they're able to utilize and really stress the defense.
You lost Coulter Babcock to an injury last week. Hopefully, as you say, he's back by the playoffs. But that's a big hole now in the middle of your defense. But I think your defense is going to have to certainly carry the load in this one against a good offensive team.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the next man up. And, I said the puzzle pieces keep changing, but the goal's got to stay the same. We've just got to hope that everybody's continually been learning throughout the course of the year, and they understand the big picture of the defense and what we're trying to accomplish as the pieces get shuffled around.
All right, and these new guys coming in, you guys are always so good at making adjustments as the game goes on. How do they adjust with everything like that?
I think it forces us as a coaching staff to stay a little bit more simple. You want to try and allow them to just play fast. And with the amount of movement we've had really on both sides of the ball this year, you just want them to be able to play fast. So keeping it simple and just doing our best to give them matchups and give them information, but not so much that they think.
Okay, overall keys.
Offense, again, we've got to take care of the football. We did a good job with turnovers last week. We've got to do the same, but cut out those penalties this week and sustain those drives. And defensively, it's going to be about stopping the big play. They're a team that they don't feel like they have to score every possession with how their defense is played. So they're content to kind of ride it out and hope for the big play. So we've got to prevent that.
All right, Coach, go treat it like a playoff game. Have some fun tonight, though.
Right? Thank you.
Steve Steele, the head coach of the Governors, the Pierre Governor head coach and coach's comments. Keys to Success are sponsored by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. And we'll hear it from Tom Teason, the head coach of the Spearfish Spartans, after we hear this from Central Dakota Eye Care. This is Governor Football.
Did you know 16 million Americans suffer from dry eye? Hi, this is Dr. Nick Marso of Central Dakota Eye Care. Along with providing comprehensive eye exams evaluating vision and health of your eyes, we now offer IPL dry eye treatments. OptiLight IPL is a new innovative light therapy treatment for dry eye and is FDA approved. Also available at our clinic are dry eye products and supplements. Call us today, 224-6128 for more information and to schedule an appointment. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
All right, here we go with Keys to Success once again as we continue with head coach Tom Teason of the Spearfish Spartans. And Coach, I tell you what, I think from an outsider's point of view, it looks like things are going well in Spearfish. Last week, you get a good win over Douglas, 58-0. A lot of people have been having results like that, but you look at other wins over the course of the season. 2 weeks ago at Watertown in overtime, it seems like, I don't want to put it as a signature win, but maybe that's the way other people see it. I'm sure in your circles, you're just thinking that you guys are playing pretty good football and you want to do nothing more than just keep it right on going.
Absolutely, yeah. This group of seniors and juniors really have been working the last couple of years in order to get to this point. So they're excited to keep it rolling, and every week they're excited to go prove what kind of team they are.
What kind of a team is it, I guess, as far as X's and O's go? How do things work for you? Offensively, just solid playmakers? Are you winning with big plays or just sound defense? Obviously putting it all together, but what are the real things that seem to be surprising everybody when Spearfish comes to town?
I think our defense is probably our strong point. Our defensive staff puts together great game plan for our guys, and then we've got the athletes all over in order to execute that well. So defense really keeps us in the game, and then offensively, we just try to control the clock. We get solid run plays out of Hunter Walters and Thomas Hughes, and then we have some explosive play capabilities from our receivers on the outside. So we've got a good combination of things that help us do what we do.
And obviously a team that's paid their dues over the last several years, but including when you come to Pierre, last year in the first round of the playoffs, 49-28 loss. But now it just seems like this group of seniors that you have has to be feeling that this is their year, don't they?
Yeah, I think every week they know that they can come in and compete with anybody, and they truly believe that. They believe that since the off season, and they've put in the amount of work in the off season in order to feel confident in saying that. So they're excited about this week to try to come and prove that what kind of team they are and what we can look forward to in the future.
Yeah. Next challenge, Pierre Governors, and I know that some of these seniors would love to get something to say against the Governors with the way things have gone the last few years. It's a different Gov team, but still a team that's going to provide quite a challenge for you.
Definitely, they're a well-coached team. They're always tough. They're tough in the trenches. They've got some young guys playing for them, just like we do. But late in the season, they really start figuring things out. And so it's going to be a good matchup. Seems like we're very similar teams, and I'm excited to see where we come out.
Yeah, I think on paper, this could be, we can use a football cliche that this game could be won or lost in the trenches, but then able to use the line play in order to kind of lead the way to make plays has to be the biggest key to success.
Yeah, it's usually the key to success is owning that line of scrimmage and being able to control the clock, and those are things we're going to try to do.
What are the biggest challenges or the concerns that you have this time around facing the Govs?
Well, travel always throws things off, and then it looks like maybe we might have a little weather. It'll be the first weather game that we're encountering this year, so the unknowns is always a thing. We're happy with our depth right now and how we're playing, so hopefully those are the only adversity we got to face.
Okay. Other keys to success for your team then, including special teams? You may need a big play there.
Yeah, I think just being a consistent team that playing the way we're capable of all the time. Consistency is kind of what we need to lock in here for the remainder of the season and any postseason hopes.
All right. Hey, Coach, appreciate your time. If I may say, I'm proud of what you guys have going on and wish you the best of luck in this game and beyond.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Okay, you bet.
That's Tom Teason, the head coach of the Spearfish Spartans. They come in 6-1. It's the Governors who are the 3-4 team. This time around, the Governors taking the field. Coach's comments, keys to success, are brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. We pause for 3 minutes, and our starting lineups are coming up next. We're inching closer to kickoff on what probably will be the home finale of this 2024 football season. You're listening to the Pierre Governors, your official home of the Govs, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Century Business Products is a proud supporter of South Dakota High School athletics and proud to provide the most reliable Kyocera copiers and printers to schools and businesses in the area, all backed by their 5-time nationally awarded Kyocera servicing team. Are you looking to control color cost? Looking to reduce printers? Are you looking for more efficient ways to scan documents? Or maybe you'd like to become more paperless? Look no further than Century Business Products. Call 800-529-1950 and see how they're powering business technology. Smart grocery shopping takes a little bit of TLC. Dakota Mart in Pierre is thrifty, local, and convenient. Shop Dakota Mart for the freshest produce, highest quality meats, and delicious bakery items. And shopping Dakota Mart is easier because of the spacious aisles. Everything's easy to find, and you have a clean shopping environment. Dakota Mart Good Neighbor Pharmacy offers free delivery and mail out too. Thrifty, local, convenient. Dakota Mart in Pierre, your hometown neighborhood market.
With medical clinics strategically located throughout South Dakota and southwest Minnesota, Access Health provides comprehensive medical care for all ages, regardless of ability to pay. Whether your need is for a routine wellness checkup, attention for an acute illness or injury, or chronic disease management, the friendly staff at Access Health stands ready to serve you. At Access Health, your family will receive the high-quality, personal, customized medical care that you deserve without the wait. Access Health, where you are our priority. Contact your local Access Health clinic today.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. Their skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, and personal injury. They're able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future. Call 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm in Pierre since 1881. Taking care of your vehicle since 1980, TMA and Pierre has been serving Central South Dakota for over 42 years. Owners Bruce and Brenda Lounsbury, owners of the Ultimate Tire Store, have been taking care of customers at TMA for over 30 years. TMA, your hometown-owned business, offers quality service and products. Tires, mufflers, alignments, oil changes, brakes. Call 605-224-6167. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. TMA, next to the Northridge Plaza in Pierre.
Envirotech makes life a little bit simpler. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what is handed to you, Envirotech has you covered. One call is all it takes to have easy setup, easy pickup, and easy payment. Call Envirotech at 224-4804 or use their website to pay your bill online at envirotechwaste.com. Use the mobile app Waste Connect. Check their website or receive a robocall for collection schedule due to weather or holidays. Envirotech has you covered.
Back at Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollywood, playing of our national anthem is complete. It's time for our Envirotech starting lineups. Just heard from Envirotech on River 92.7. Let's meet the Spearfish Spartans on offense. They'll begin with a young, but a pretty good starting quarterback in Thomas Hughes. He's a sophomore at 155 pounds. Two-back set behind him, including Evan Wilson, a 180-pound senior. But the one to watch will be Hunter Walters. He's a big 200-pounder and a senior for the Spartans. Three wideouts as well. Dylan Doran back off of an injury, a senior at 200. Carson Sire is a sophomore at 180. Cade Vavruska is a sophomore at 155 pounds. The offensive linemen right across the board in no particular order. This is just how they were given to us. Samuel Marcus is a 220-pound junior. Reese Botts, a 240-pound junior. Asher Peel, a 265-pound junior, as well as Matthew Medina, a senior at 240, and Leighton Loop, a 250-pound senior. Big offensive line for the Spearfish Spartans. A lot of these guys will go both ways. Starting-wise, defensive line includes Asher Peel and Samuel Marcus. Marcus Medina, a senior at 195 pounds, also comes in at a defensive end. The linebackers are Evan Wilson and Hunter Walters, as well as Lathan Lucas, a junior 185, and Brock Lewis, a sophomore at 200 pounds. Aiden Meverden, a senior at 170 pounds, starts in the defensive backfield, in addition with Carson Sire, Cade Vavruska, and Dylan Doran. Those are the starting lineups, offense and defense for the Spearfish Spartans. 6-1 on the season right now, second ranked in the media, third power rated in the Activities Association rankings. Tom Thiessen is the head coach of the Spearfish Spartans. And for the Pierre Governors, the Envirotech starters, and again, there are more changes due to injuries, but here's the offense still with Caleb Lounsbury running the show, the junior 170-pound quarterback. Tailback is Carter Merrill, the junior. George Stalley and Carter Shufflebine continue at the wideouts. Lincoln Dill just joins as the Governors unable to use Trevor Rounds on offense tonight, so they'll add a third wideout in the starting lineup. Dill just the 160-pound senior, and Cooper Terwilliger, who to some folks' surprise last week, came back in the second half, was a huge factor in that win over Sturgis. The big 225-pound sophomore starts tonight once again. On the offensive line, it's Saden Rounds, the 260-pound senior. The guards are Jacob Mickinen at 255 and a senior. Baxter Schremp, a 265-pound senior, and Max Bogenhagen, the 235 junior. Ty Michael is the tackle at 240 and a senior. So size-wise and weight-wise, these two teams match up. On the offensive line, very similarly. Johnny Sharon comes into the nose tackle to start on defense in the middle, flanked by Ty Michael and Jacob Mickinen, the defensive tackles. The linebackers on the outside are Elijah Bucci, the 225-pound senior, Lincoln Schoenhardt, the smaller guy, the junior at 160. And in the middle, it's Max Hunsley, the senior, 175, and Trevor Rounds, the senior at 185, starting in place of the injured Coulter Babcock, and also in place of the second guy up, who would have been Jacob O'Neill. He sustained an injury in a non-football injury, but a separated shoulder keeps him out of action tonight as well. Carson Stoser is a starting cornerback, a senior at 160. George Stalley also starting at corner. Kellen Hansen, the senior at 170, is the strong safety. Sutton Sonnenschein, the free safety, playing in place of the injured Hudson Schaefer, the sophomore. Sonnenschein at 160 pounds. Coach Steve Steele is assisted by the good people, including Matt Thorson, Scott Nye, Adam Spohr, Dan the Magic Man, Maciej Chalk, Jeff Schleckaway, Brevin Kaiser, Duncan Trout, Josh Sleisner, Ryan Royer, and Gene Ratinger. Those are the starting lineups, and they're sponsored by Envirotech in Pierre. The other starting lineup is the naming of tonight's game officials, and they're the guys coming in to enact the coin toss. A Huron crew headed up by Dennis Hines, who will be the referee with a white hat. Son Houston Hines is in the crew, along with Lee Johnson, Clint Kinney, and Brad McGurr. A veteran crew to officiate this one tonight, and licensed by the South Dakota High School Activities Association to officiate high school football. Thanks, guys, for being our law on the field. Dennis Hines, Houston Hines, Lee Johnson, Clint Kinney, and Brad McGurr, sponsored by the South Dakota Attorney General's Office and their Division of Consumer Protection. We'll hear from them, and we're kicking it off in 2 minutes. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football on the official voice of the Govs, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
You just got a quote from a company and are now being billed for not choosing them. Many contracts have what's referred to as a contingency agreement. These typically state that if you don't go with them, you, after insurance has approved the repair work, will be charged a percentage of the job they quoted. Ask up front if they charge to provide an estimate. Never sign anything that you haven't fully read or understand. If you have any questions, reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Living with less pain means living at your best. But an action-packed life can wear your body down. Avera Orthopedics keeps you moving with total joint replacements for pain you don't have to live with. Find relief with the region's largest orthopedic physician team of specialized surgeons so you can keep moving forward. Avera, moving health forward. Learn more at avera.org/totaljoint.
Graham Tire in Pierre is proud to support high school sports and the students and families that make our community so special. At Graham Tire, we focus on customer service, nationwide warranties, and everyday low prices on tires and auto services. We only offer the best brands, including Goodyear, Dunlop, Cooper, and Titan. Visit us today to discuss new tires or other auto services. Graham Tire and Automotive, 421 West Sioux in Pierre. Call us at 224-8643. Schedule service online at grahamtire.com.
Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Spearfish Spartans visiting from out west. Game time temperature 53 degrees in the capital city. It's a breezy one. We haven't had a lot of breezy conditions in high school football this season. Northerly winds technically 18 with 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but here on an east-west field, most of the wind is coming straight from the west, and it's coming right across the field. It'll be in favor of the Spartans as they get ready to kick off. They're in road white with the maroon numbers, maroon pants, maroon helmets. Samuel Marcus ready to put a boot into it. Boy, that ball was falling off the tee, and he still got it good. It's through the hands of George Stalley at the goal line, and the Governors will start at 1st and 10 with a touchback. That was an interesting, almost kind of a bad break there for Spearfish, but still a big-footed kicker, and the Governors have it at their own 20-yard line. John called here we go, man. This is a big game, and it's going to feel like a playoff game all night long.
It does already. I mean, the crowd probably isn't quite what we would expect it to be on a night like tonight, but just there's a lot of excitement in the air, and the fall weather and just football weather is, most of us just really appreciate. And again, just looking towards the postseason.
Pitch pass on a jet sweep right away to George Stalley, trying to turn the corner from left to right, but Cade Vavruska comes up and makes a big stop right away. And the Governors are going to be stopped for a loss. Pierre has tried all season long to get the ball in the hands of one of their speediest players, and that is George Stalley. But in most cases, it's just been very difficult to get Stalley in open space.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of see him jetting across motion like that, I think it's one of those where I think teams are kind of expecting that at this point in time. Obviously, there's other plays you can run off of that, but, again, he's one of our playmakers. We're going to try to get him the ball as much as we possibly can.
Loss of 2 for Pierce, 2nd and 12. Ball snap under center, and the handoff from Cade Lounsbury to Carter Merrill. He'll cross the 20-yard line, maybe pick up 5. He's close to the 23-yard line. Nice little counter run play here for Merrill. He started left, came back to the right, and it'll be 3rd and a long 7. Actually, let's give him 4 to the 22. We'll see if the Governors can throw into this stiff breeze. Empty backfield. Lounsbury on the freeze play, and in the front of the defensive line, they do get Spearfish to jump. Marcus Medina crosses into the neutral zone. The Governors are going to get a 5-yard helper.
Yeah, that play works, basically almost all the time within the first couple plays that we run, just because there's a lot of excitement going on. And obviously, when you watch Spearfish defense, they play really, really quick. They get to the ball, and I think, again, it's just something we're going to be able to do relatively easily in these first couple of series.
Now 3rd and 3. Or a long 2. The Governors are in green on green tonight. They'll put E.J. Bucci in at quarterback here, the big runner. He'll keep it himself. Go right side. He's got the first down. 30, outside 35, and an ankle tackle out there to save a much bigger gain by Spearfish, and Dylan Doran out on the corner.
Yeah, great call play by Coach Steele on that. If you actually looked at Spearfish defense, I've never seen a lot of defenses line up to our unbalanced set like they have. They really kind of strong-sided their right side and just basically allowed our right side to do what we needed to do in that case, and just kind of go one-on-one. And that play with Bucci's kind of worked very well all year.
Well, and it's been implemented, and I really think we're going to see a lot of E.J. Bucci running the football down the stretch, and certainly once we get into the postseason as well. Had a big run last week to seal the win at Sturgis, too. 1st and 10 from the 37. The Governors from right to left, and another good trip tackle by a Spartan player. Up to the 40 comes Carter Merrill. That's Hunter Walters making the stop, and he will limit Merrill to a 3-yard gain this time. 2 carries and 7 yards so far. Governors moving the ball on the ground. This started after a touchback at the 20-yard line. 4 plays in, 20 yards upfield. Lounsbury in the gun, and another clap and a freeze play, and the Spartans amped up on the D-line again. They'll learn. You got to watch the football, and I'm sure the coaches will make sure that they think of that first as well. Keep an eye on the football, not an ear on the quarterback's hands.
And I chuckle on that, and not because, Spearfish jumps, but just because how many times that play works. And it's one of those things as a defensive coordinator, you've got to know that we're going to pull it off at some point in time.
Now 2nd and 2. Lounsbury wants to throw. He's going to float one up near side, looking for Scheffelbein, and a good play defensively. Hand up in the air, and that one broken up by Carson Sire. Boy, that ball was perfectly thrown. Maybe it just needed another step for Carter Scheffelbein. Again, it is Lounsbury throwing into the wind. Carson Sire never did turn his head around, but he didn't face guard. He didn't interfere. He just made a heck of a defensive play to cause a 3rd and 2 back at the Pier 45-yard line.
Yeah, and Scheffelbein showing that speed. He had to step on him early. Again, Sayer just doing what we've seen basically out of this defense all year. They're quick, like we've already talked about. And again, just able to close that up and just get that one hand up and knock that ball away.
2 minutes plus gone by, 3rd and 2. Put it on the ground. A toss sweep right side. Merrill cuts up. He's got the first down. He's in Spartan territory. 50 to the 40. Dragged down to the 35-yard line, right up the middle of the field. Between the hash marks, I think it was Doran who finally ran him down, but a big gain for the Governors. And Pierre off to a quick start on their opening drive of the game. That's a pickup of 20 for Merrill. Then with 9:40, clock will run early on here in the first quarter.
Go ahead. I kind of liked what Coach was talking about in terms of, this game being won in the trenches, in terms of, they're a big play kind of team, and I think we rely on some big plays here and there as well. But I've been really impressed with our offensive line all year, going up against Watertown and some of these bigger fronts. And again, I would expect that to continue tonight against this defense.
Lounsbury repositions the line. Cooper Terwilliger on the left side. He'll kind of lead the way as Merrill's looking to get around the outside. From the 35 to the Spartan 30, another 5-yard pickup here. And it'll be 2nd and 5, according to the all-new digital down marker across the field. The bright red, too. Could be foggy tonight, but we'll still know what down it is. near hash mark for the Govs in green. You'll see some pink in the jerseys showcasing breast cancer awareness as well here in the month of October. Here's a toss out to the right side, and George Stalley makes the catch in stride, but then is hit hard at the 20-yard line, still hanging on to it. First down, Governors, a pickup of 10. And the Governors, I got to be honest here, JW, this is so far the most impressive drive I have seen to open a game all season long from the Govs.
Yeah, Coach talked about quickness and then again, not thinking and just going out and just playing the game, and that's what we're doing right now. And you run, you start getting them in the box a little bit. We actually had 3 wide open receivers on that case, and Cooper and I don't know who was downfield, but we had options.
Another pitch pass, and this is Shufflebein coming left to right to left in motion. He'll cut right up the middle of the field. And this is a solid gain from the 20 into the red zone, down to the 15-yard line on the 9th play of the drive. Second time we've seen that, and of course they call them passes in the NFL. I guess we'll call them pass plays here. Also, Caleb Lounsbury, 3 out of 4 so far. Freeze play, and the third time Spearfish is going to jump. And again, you're looking at a Spearfish team that I've kind of mentioned in the pregame a few times. They've paid their dues. They've come a long way in the last 4 or 5 years. But I think, the big question now, I think, especially as you get later in the season, is what kind of big game experience does this team have? And it's plays like that show that that's just one thing in their game that needs a little improvement yet. First and goal from the 9. The Governors will need some improvement on this play as E.J. Bucci takes the quarterback snap. He goes up the middle. He is stuffed, but right away there is a flag thrown from the referee behind the play, and probably a holding penalty, and the Governors will be marked back for the first time tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously traveling, the 2.5, 3 hours here, and just, the hyped up excitement of the season that they've been having, and obviously, things in the past. And, again, they're just wanting to come out and just prove a point. And, we know Coach Steele does really well is we can find those little kinks in those little links in the armor, so to say, that we're going to expose them wherever we can. And right now I see them switching defensive line quite a bit. And so I think that's one reason why Coach Steele's going with a little bit faster pace. Obviously the freeze play working 3 times on this opening drive, just a lot of things that we can do.
So 10 yards back, and they'll keep it on the ground with Merrill inside the 25, getting back to around the 20. I guess they'll stop at the 21-yard line. The 10-yard penalty put them back at the 21-yard line, which actually the line of scrimmage previous was at the 9. But for what it's worth, Spearfish's defense stopping this one for no gain for Carter Merrill on his 5th carry of the evening so far. That one for 20 yards, so he's got a 32-yard aggregate. 6:40 to go. The Governors have had the football for already 5 minutes and more here to start the ball game. Passing down, Lounsbury floats one out. He's got Stalley at the goal line. Caught. Touchdown, Governors. George Stalley broke free, just had a step. It was a little up and then out. And we'll have a flag that's thrown after the play in celebration, presumably. And the Governor attempt at a PAT might get a little bit tougher, or maybe Spearfish reacted a little adversely as well. We'll wait to find out. In the meantime, so far, the play will stand. It is a 21-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Lounsbury to George Stalley. Mentioned earlier, big plays for Stalley. Been hard to come by, but they get one here. And the Governors strike first at the 6:23 mark of the first quarter, and they lead 6-0.
And I like what Coach Steele's doing with Lounsbury right now, and not really allowing him to sit back in the pocket and, again, think about what he needs to do. He's getting him actually rolling out to his right side and just kind of allowing our receivers just to flow. And obviously with Stalley's speed, just create a little bit of an opening and a good pass.
So after the play, it was Stalley celebrating too much, his own touchdown. And a penalty that will be assessed on the kickoff. Our coaches next door not appreciating something about that call. It's always interesting being up here right next to those guys. Carter Templeton is the place kicker. He's ready to go. Spearfish getting a quick jump Templeton gets a line drive. It's up and over the crossbar, and it is good. And not pretty, but it's good. And the Governors, on an opening drive that eats up almost 6 minutes of play here in the first quarter, they lead the Spearfish Spartans by the score of 7-0. A 30-second timeout. Govs kick. When we come back, you're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
John Hoffman Electric is your neighborhood electrical service contractor and so much more. No job is too big or too small for our team of professionals. We pride ourselves on keeping up with new technology such as Aerial, an augmented reality visual tool used to customize and experience a finished space before breaking ground. So whether you're building new or renovating a home, farm, or commercial space, let John Hoffman Electric light the way. John Hoffman is a proud sponsor of all local activities broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
They took the opening kick. It was a touchback by Spearfish, and they marched down the field. Couple of big plays along the way. A 20-yard run by Carter Merrill. A pass play for a first down from Caleb Lounsbury to George Stalley, but the big play, the 21-yard touchdown strike from Lounsbury again to Stalley. Carter Templeton's PAT makes it 7-0 Governors. And again, a celebration, unsportsmanlike penalty called on the Govs. Will mark the kickoff back to the 25-yard line. That is where Templeton will kick, and he's kicking it into a stiff breeze now. Spearfish with 2 men deep. And that'll be a squib kick, taking on a couple of bounces right in front of us. And Dylan Doran at the 30-yard line. Big play, Spearfish. That's what they've been living on much of the season, and they've got a big one here on their first opportunity to touch the football. Special teams-wise, Doran goes from his own 30 all the way to the Governor 40-yard line, and that is where the Spartans will set up shop on their first offensive possession. So a quick charge right here, JW, and the Governors are really going to have to limit big plays tonight. They definitely have some playmakers, and before we get your take on that, a holding penalty called on Spearfish, so they'll mark it back to the 50-yard line. Already 4 penalties marked against Spearfish. Well, it's 10 yards from the spot of the foul, and Spearfish instead has to start at their own 38-yard line. That is an unfortunate turn of events here.
Yeah, good run by Doran. I'm just more impressed by how fast that kid is, but he's also got a lot of size to him. We had a couple of tacklers that just kind of bounced right off of him, so I would see them probably getting him in a little bit of the action here tonight as well.
We'll see how they respond. They'll go play action, and they want to go over the top with the wind. A man wide open, but overthrown. Thomas Hughes, the quarterback, looking, I believe that was number 8, Evan Wilson. Or actually, it was Wilson. It was Hunter Walters who was doing the throwing. And Wilson, the quarterback, was in the pattern. So a wrinkle right off the bat for Spearfish, and they almost made the Governors pay.
Yeah, and you negate that the wind that we have out here right now. That actually play may have went, to the house, but obviously with the conditions that we're seeing tonight, that could play a little factor in their passing game.
2nd and 10, Spearfish, first offensive possession. Some of them showing a little pink in the uniforms for breast cancer awareness in the month of October tonight, too. This is Evan Wilson on a jet sweep, coming right to left. Far side of the field, he turns the corner, may reach the 45, maybe the 46. I'm going to reset the origin of this drive. It's the 43-yard line, not the 38. So a 3-yard pickup here for Evan Wilson. And it'll be 3rd and 7 for Spearfish. Both backs along with Hughes, who is in the gun, and they'll hand it off. This is Walters. Kid can make a lot of plays, but 3rd and 7, he will not get to the line to gain. A good job closing it off by Kellen Hansen just as Walters crosses the 50-yard line. He is brought down at the Pier 49. That's a pickup of 5. And we'll see what Spearfish does. It's 4th and 3. I think they're pretty comfortable in thinking they can pick up 3 yards, but field position could be a certain benefit as well. 2 wideouts to the left, one in the slot, one further out to the numbers on the 50. Hughes trying to draw the Governors offside. No go yet. As we wait the snap of the football, then Hughes looks over to the sideline at the coaching staff. Don't know if Spearfish is going to call a timeout or if they're trying to deke the Governors. 4:45 clock counting down, and now they're ready to go, using up all of the play clock. And then Spearfish, well, they jumped. Did the Governors jump at the same time or first? And it looks like a penalty that'll go against the Spartans. So Spearfish will be marched back to the 46-yard line on a false start penalty.
And probably doesn't hurt them very much in the grand scheme of things when they've got pretty really good puncher right now. We've seen him kick, and he's got a pretty good leg. 5-yard penalty to them probably doesn't mean too much with the win.
Samuel Marcus, an offensive lineman, saw him in pregame warm-ups kicking in this left to right, west to east direction with the wind. He'll run up to kick it, but he's got some good hang time. He will send Carter Schuffelbein back deep, and Schuffelbein takes it at about his 6-yard line, backed up to the 5, and the sophomore probably is going to be reminded that it's best to let those go. At any rate, the Governors will have it deep in their own red zone as they lead 7-0. Offensive possession number 2 coming up for the boys in green.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll get a little talking to on the sideline. With that wind at the punter's back, there's probably no doubt that it was going to eventually go into the end zone there, and we'd be sitting on the 20-yard line instead of now on the 6.
4:18 to go, quarter number 1. The Governors went 11 plays and 80 yards on their first possession, took it to the house. Play action here and a rollout on first down. Lounsbury's throwing deep. He's looking for Lincoln Dilgis out to the 40-yard line, far side of the field. Double covered, and the ball sails out of bounds. That one just off the mark. Might have been wind aided or wind pushed. But again, Lounsbury, he's got the arm too. He feels comfortable throwing into the wind. We've seen that a number of times this season.
Yeah, and again, just with how we're getting him to roll out a little bit, and we're giving him options with 3 receivers. Again, I didn't see our 2 underneath on that one, but he did have a step, and might as well give it an opportunity here and see what we can do.
Stalley in motion right to left. The ball is right in the middle of the field at the 6-yard line. Carter Merrill in the end zone is the deep man. He'll take the pitch. Left side, near side, tries to make a move at the 5, but Hunter Walters will get him down low and drop him for a gain of 0 at best. Spearfish's defense here licking their chops, and even though they didn't get a first down on their offensive possession, I think their defense, who's been making plays all season long, trying to help their offense get them back on the field as soon as possible. 3:40 left to go, first quarter. And again, 7-0 Govs if you're just joining us. Brian Oakland with John Calda in the booth. Govs will pass on 3rd and 10. Lounsbury over the middle, looking for Dilgis again. He has it at the 40-yard line. Tackled at the 50, and a great pass by Lounsbury. A great receive by Lincoln Dilgis, the 160-pound sophomore. Half a step on Cade Vavruska, who was right there, but it's Vavruska who will finally bring him down into Spearfish territory at the 49-yard line. That is a 45-yard hookup between Lounsbury and Dilgis.
Yeah, what a throw, what a catch. There was double coverage on him, actually, just a little bit of separation, and Lounsbury put that ball absolutely where he needed to make sure that defenders could make a play on that. What a great play.
Fresh set of downs, and certainly a little breathing room here for the Governors out of the shadow of their own goalpost. Now they're just across midfield. Ball on the far hash mark. Going into the wind at that. And Lounsbury hands off here to Carter Merrill. Slips a tackle and in the backfield, and Merrill still backpedaling, and forward progress ends, but not until Merrill has it inside the 45 down to the 42. That'll be a pickup of 7. Boy, the Governors are playing with more fire right now, Coach, than I've seen all season long.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting to see. Yeah, it's just what we've been waiting to see as a as a crowd and just as the fans of the ball game, and what we're expecting to see out of this team.
Still in the middle of the field. It's 2nd down and short. We'll call it 2nd and 3. Back to the pistol goes Lounsbury. Merrill is there as well. He'll lead the way out to the right side on the rollout. Short route, but pass and ball is caught. Stalley has it, maybe to the 35, and then he's hit hard and pushed back, but it will be a first down chain mover. I said the 35, but they didn't make it past the 38. That's a 4-yard gain, but as we say, still first down Governors. Caleb Lounsbury has been a little bit tentative. I've been describing him as it's been tough for him to know whether he should zip a pass or float a pass. Tonight he's throwing just about every ball perfectly. He's floating them for the deep routes as well as he should.
Yeah, what we've seen with Huron, again, we know that he's got it in him. We haven't seen it for a couple games here, and it's exciting now when we get to see it.
1st and 10 from the far hash as Lounsbury will stutter his step and then cut straight up the middle of the field. Spearfish cuts this one down nicely. One of the interior linemen making a stop. I believe I see Lathan Lucas, the linebacker, coming away from the end of the play too. And that one doesn't gain much, if anything at all. We'll call it a gain of nothing. It's still 2nd and 10. Here for the Govs, who lead 7-0, trying to add with 1:20 left to go, quarter number 1. Time of possession already being dominated by the home team. Merrill, the deep man again. Lounsbury wants to throw, looking left, fires near side. There's Dilgis, who caught the long one. That's why we're out here past midfield instead of deep in the red zone. Dilgis has the grab pushed back by Sire. And this one gains to the 34, just another 4-yard gain this time. And then the Governors will have it 3rd and 6.
I'm just impressed with Spearfish's speed this year. I mean, again, when you start looking, their corners or backers, if you want to take a look at how, backers should be played, in my mind, in high school football right now, you're seeing it with their guys. And just the read, ball, or read the run and the pass option there and just closing whatever they need to. And obviously that was a big play for them on that second down stop.
We'll call it a long 5 here on 3rd down. Lounsbury over the middle and into traffic. The ball is tipped, and Carson Sire has picked it off from the 20-yard line. Still going 40, 50, far side. Look out. He's got help out there. 20, 10, 5. Dragged down just shy of the goal line. George Stalley finally saves the touchdown. They'll call him down at the 3-yard line, but Caleb Lounsbury threw into double coverage. He really tried to thread the needle here, and he just got a little greedy. The ball was tipped by the first defender. Sire also in the mix, and he catches the deflection, and he turns it back upfield for about a 77-yard return, and the Spartans have it at the 3-yard line of the Pierre Governors. Well, big plays offense, big plays special teams. Their defense makes big plays too.
Yep, and I mean, let's take a look at the positive at the end there too. Take a look at George Stalley not giving up on that play, and with the touchdown saving tackle. And who knows, we'll see here in the next couple of plays, that could have been huge for us as well.
And a flag is thrown pre-snap. This play will not count. It's thrown from the far side, but I see Spearfish and Hunter Walters applauding. This one looks like it'll probably go against the Govs. Encroachment on Pierre, half the distance. We'll put it to about the 2. I think it was about at the 3.5. Actually, they've got it with the nose of the football on the 1-yard line. So it'll get just a little bit easier here for Sparty as they try to tie this thing up. Governors on top for the time being, 7-0. That far side official's flag is still on the field. In the gun is Thomas Hughes. He'll hand off. Hunter Walters tries to go right up the gut, and the Governors look like they've stood him up so far. Side judge comes in. He's short of the goal line. And they'll break the pile up. Stop the clock. And that is the end of the first quarter of play. A fun first quarter so far. Spearfish with a big play to keep this game 7-0. That's where we are as the Governors scored on their first possession. The Gales Gas Service scoreboard is Pierre 7, Spearfish 0. Spearfish literally knocking on the door. When we come back after a 60-second timeout, your scoreboard from Gales Gas Service in Pierre. This is Pierre Governor Football and your official voice of the Govs, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Starting the first bank.
Welcome back to the Milwaukee Federal
was the
Credit
easy
Union
part,
Press Box.
earning the
Milwaukee
confidence of
Federal
local
Credit
farmers,
Union, where
helping
people
families
are
account for their
more than
dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there.
Welcome back to the Milwaukee Federal Credit Union Press
Thank
Box.
you for making
Milwaukee
South
Federal
Dakota
Credit Union,
a
where
great
people
place to
are
call
more
home.
than money.
Protect what
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money. Welcome back to the
Avenue today to sign up and make a difference with every swipe. American Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Back at Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field, and a quick quarter break here on the field, and already a play run, but not a good one for the Spearfish Spartans as Thomas Hughes faked the handoff, and he wanted to roll out, but if that's a bootleg, and if it was supposed to be a run, the Governors covered it up. If Hughes was going to pass the football, well, they covered that up as well, and sacked back at the 10-yard line is the quarterback, Thomas Hughes.
And again, we go back. How big is that tackle by George Stolley there at the end to save that touchdown? Again, I mean, we'll see what happens on these next two plays, but obviously things are looking good for us here.
First play of the second quarter of play, 7-0 Governors. Now it's Spearfish playing into the win. They've got 3rd and goal at the 10, but a pre-snap penalty once again. And this is not a penalty. It's a timeout called by the Governors. Timeouts in our broadcast are sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling. It's 11:02 to go, second quarter. Pierre leading the Spartans by the score of 7-0. Let's pause for 30 seconds, and we're back with more Governor football.
Matters most with the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, American Family Insurance. Our personalized insurance solutions ensure you're covered, no matter what life throws your way. From home and auto to farm, commercial, and life, we tailor policies to fit your unique needs. With our dedicated team and exceptional service, you'll have peace of mind knowing you're in good hands. Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Back into the shadow of the dome of the state capitol building, Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field. Spearfish trying to punch one in after intercepting Caleb Lounsbury. They get a long return from Carson Sire down to the 3. They had it at the 1, but a quarterback sack right now has them back at the 10, and Thomas Hughes will take the snap, fakes the handoff left. There was nobody home. He rolls out and is looking for a receiver into the end zone. The ball is tipped, and it falls incomplete. Looks like, well, they said Vavruska, but that's not number 11 out there. I'm seeing number 16, which would be Drace Eisenbarth, the 150-pound senior.
Got a great play by Stolley there, too. I mean, that's so easy to actually bite on the run on those plays, especially when you've got it 10 yards to the goal line. And I think he probably did bite early, but eventually with his speed, he was able to catch back up on that and just make a great play.
Well, Spearfish pushed back to the 10-yard line on that sequence, is going to try to settle for a field goal opportunity. Samuel Marcus, the place kicker, is low and off the mark here. So after all that, and a great defensive play and a golden opportunity for Spearfish down inside their own 5-yard line, they come up with nothing. A missed field goal. And Marcus just did not get any elevation on that ball at all. The Governors will have it on a touchback at the 20-yard line. What a turn of events. And John Calda, when we talk about big plays of the game in the post game, you said it. We might be looking at that rundown tackle by George Stolley to save a touchdown. He saved even 3 points on that play.
Just shows don't give up. I mean, with him, again, he had every reason to basically give up on that play and just let him basically walk in. Just stayed with it the whole time, fighting out blocks.
10:51 left in the second quarter. The Governors have it back from the 20. They'll stay on the ground with Carter Merrill on the first down play. Handing off, looking left side, couple of yards. Run down by defensive linemen. Spearfish again quick to the punch. We'll give him 2 to the 22. Second down and 8. About 2.5, in fact.
And I still feel like those aren't, even though they're not big gains, the games what you want, I think they're positive in terms that we're going to keep sucking them in, and eventually, be able to bust something loose here.
We'll fake the sweep this time on the toss, and now looking in the first time, it is Lounsbury hooking up with a big tight end, Cooper Terwilliger. Across the 30-yard line, he's got it to the 33. That picks up 11, and the Governors will move the chains with a first down. The first time we've seen Terwilliger tonight. But, boy, if you saw last week's game, what a second half he provided, and the spark to lead the Govs to a victory.
Yeah, and talk about just a warrior on the field right now in terms of the injury that he's undergoing and just coming out here and playing for the team and just doing what he needs to do to help them be successful.
Actually playing with a labrum injury in the shoulder, which was a similar issue that Jet Zabel had a year ago. Here comes Carter Merrill with another first down run up across the 40 to the 45, brought down on the near side of the 49-yard line right in front of the Governor bench. This is going to be a 15-yard gain, 16 in fact. And you know what I saw at the end of that play? Number 58, Bryson Wallman, who is the center right now, helping to lead the charge. Here's Merrill again, near side. Boy, he's met and hit hard by 32, Brock Lewis, a sophomore linebacker. Into Spearfish territory, not until Carter Merrill picks up another 5 yards. In fact, 5 will give it to the Spearfish 46.
Yeah, give credit to Merrill for, obviously getting the positive yardage there. But right now I've got my eye on number 61, Max Bogenhagen, and Wallman, because they're doing a phenomenal job sealing and just giving him just a little bit of an opening that he's able to get those positive yards.
Halfway home after the first down play, 2nd and 5 here. It is Stalley coming near side. He joined Carter Shufflebine out wide right. Terwilliger on the end as well. A little bit of a bobble on the toss this time, but Merrill hauls it in. Not going to get much. Spearfish will close the gaps. There's Lewis again. There is Sire, who had the interception on the last possession for the Governors. Vavruska out there too with more quickness. Merrill this time inside the 45 to the 44. It will be a 2-yard pickup. Let's call it 3rd and 3. 12 carries. 60-plus yards so far for Carter Merrill. Now 4 wide for the Governors. And it's the bigger quarterback this time, E.J. Bucci, in to take the snap in an empty backfield with 8:10 to go. Second quarter, still 7-0 Governors. Bucci has the snap, looks for his spot. He bounces out right, has the first down, 40, 35 to the 30. Brought down in between the numbers and the sidelines. And the Governors will have it 1st and 10 at the 27. That's 17 more for Bucci. I can't say enough about what I'm seeing from the Governors. I mean, this is like nothing we've seen all season long, and I'm sure Spearfish is probably just a little bit as surprised as we are tonight.
Yeah, they're probably a little shocked in how this game's going right now. But again, I'm watching this offensive line just dominating right now.
Merrill again, plenty of room. He's not hit until he's 5 yards upfield. Inside the 20, Vavruska will wrestle him down to the 19. That's 8 more on first down. And the Governors, it's kind of surprising. They're still only leading 7-0, but here they are entering the red zone. Once again, turned away because of an interception. The last time they had it, they went 11 plays and 80 yards for a score on their first possession. This is the 3rd time touching the football. And they've got another sustained drive going. First down, the 2nd down and short handoff this time to Merrill. We'll be close to a first down. We'll see where they spot it. Inside the 20, let's call it the 17. That's 2 more, but, well, the line to gain and the down marker are twinning on the far side. Well, I thought they were going to bring the chains out, but they will not. They're just going to say, move them. It's another first down for Pierre. 8 plays in on this drive and 4 chain movers included.
Yeah, Lucas from Spearfish did exactly what he needed to do to try to, minimize the gain on that one, but just a couple inches over that yard line, and we're able to get that first down.
First down play under center once again. Here's Terwilliger as he'll try to make men miss. Vavruska says, nope, not going to do that this time. He is inside the 15, goes Terwilliger, spot him to the 12. That is still a 5-yard pickup. Well, we'll call it 4. Just inside the 13. Good tackling there by Vavruska, not once but twice here in these last 4 plays.
Yeah, not easy to bring down Koo by any means, and especially with the size difference that we're seeing there, but he's making the most of it.
2nd and 6. Again, the Governors in the red zone. We've passed the halfway point now of quarter number 2. Here comes Shufflebind. Pitch pass. He has it. He'll turn up the middle of the field inside the 10. Diving close to another first down, depending on the spot once again. And I think this one has it to the 7. Well, the down marker now a yard shy. That's a pickup of 6 for Carter Shufflebind.
Yeah, I was just watching number 77, Sam Marcus, coming in, and he actually had a pretty good opportunity to stop that play, and Shufflebind just doing what he does with shiftiness and able to get positive yards.
3rd and 1, Bucci again, coming near side to the 5 and a touchdown. May have to hold the phone. There's a flag that is thrown by the referee behind the play, and somebody on the line of scrimmage is going to get dinged for a holding penalty. Boy, the recurring theme from what would be success of last week that the Governors had comes up again. Somebody sealing off the interior line. Doing a little too much this time. The Governors will be marked back 10 yards to wipe off a would-be 7-yard touchdown run by Elijah Bucci. By the way, Bucci, one of the seniors here. It is senior night. The Governors celebrating the seniors of their football team, but also of their cross-country team coming up at halftime. 5:12 left. Second quarter, still 7-0. It's still 1st and goal, but it's back to the 17. Bucci still takes the snap out of the gun in the empty backfield. Hit early, and then he still wrestles his way, shuffles his feet inside the 15, finally spun down to the 10. That'll get 7 yards back. Coach is over here saying, they're talking specifically to Cooper Terwilliger, and I think it's his blocking and things like that. Maybe some stunting by Spearfish on that defensive line and causing some problems. Bucci really had to wrestle his way for 7 yards that time, and that's one of the things he does best, is to wrestle. Meanwhile, Spearfish will jump again, and the Governors will add another 5. This is the 4th time Spearfish has encroached on what the Governors call their freeze play. The ball will come inside the 5-yard line. On the 5th penalty, or make it the 6th penalty called against the Spartans. Timeout going to be called here on 2nd and goal. This one called defensively by Spearfish. With 4:31 left to play, it's 7-0 Governors as they're trying to make their way for another 6. Timeouts are brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling and Pierre. Grab a Coke and be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Breakfast.
Welcome
Back
back
in
to
today's
the
competition to the Potter County Battlers from Black Sheep Agronomy, your local agronomy experts. Black Sheep Agronomy wants you to have a successful farm plan and is focused on products and practices that work in this region. As community members themselves, Tyler, Tice, and Austin support area students who work hard in their school and extracurricular activities. Good luck, battlers, from Black Sheep Agronomy. Call 842-6104 for all your agronomy needs.
Stay in a
Back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union press box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Welcome you back to Hollister Field in Pierre. The Governors have been able to move the football. 3 possessions, lots of yards picked up, save for the 1 interception that Spearfish turned away, even though they couldn't turn it into points. The Governors offensively are dominating this football game, and now they're 4.5 yards out from another one, and a snap or a clap once again, and Spearfish is ready to bring the heat, but this will be another encroachment penalty. Half the distance to the goal.
It didn't take long to get those yards back.
No, not at all. And sometimes as Bucci will take the snap from the 2. He had a hole open up. He sees the goal line. He dives. Touchdown, Governors. The interior line opened up more on a diagonal, and we could see it right from our angle. Bucci runs it in from 2 yards out. The Governors score their 2nd touchdown of the night. They lead at 13-0.
Yeah, good for them offensive line. I tell you what, they always kind of get the bad rap when you start looking at it because they never get their names called. They never get really, the applaud that they need or deserve. Usually it's because of something they've done wrong. And again, they're just doing phenomenal tonight, opening up those holes.
Templeton for the PAT. This one is high and through and true. It's a +1 for and they lead 14-0. Here in the second quarter, 4:27 to play. We pause for 30 seconds. Govs kick when we return with more Pierre Governor football.
Xander Auto Parts.
Vacation home, the Summit on Dancing Sky near Leeds, South Dakota in the popular Powder House Pass development. It's a modern rustic design with over 5,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms and 5 baths for you to enjoy. You'll get gorgeous views of the Terry Peak Mountain Range. There's a community pool to enjoy, and you're close to all the attractions like Deadwood, Sturgis, Spearfish, and a whole lot more. The Summit on Dancing Sky. Visit them at DancingSky.com.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
With another long, sustained drive. This time they go 12 plays and 80 yards. They had an 11-play, 80-yard drive in their opening possession. Here, 12 plays and 80 yards and another 6-minute drive. 6 minutes and 24 seconds to be exact. Couple of penalties along the way, but the Governors punch it in from 2 yards out. It's E.J. Bucci from 2 yards. Carter Templeton with a PAT now. 14-0 Governors against the upstart Spearfish Spartans. This kickoff will not happen. I think the Governors jump off sides. And I'll tell you what, this Huron crew, the way they're throwing the flags, they don't miss much. They are right on top of everything that's happening on every line of scrimmage here tonight. The Governors be marked back 5 yards once again. They've been penalized 5 times now. Spearfish with 7 penalties. And most of it is, motion penalties and things like that. We've had a few holding penalties. We've had an unsportsmanlike conduct against the Govs celebrating their first touchdown. But all in all, it's still the little things that both teams need to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, we thought maybe that'd be cleaned up by now for obviously us in this case. But, just again, a little bit young, a little bit of excitement, just things that the emotions start taking over.
Templeton's kickoff from the 35 is taken on the run by Walters up in front of his 15-yard line. He goes to the middle of the field. There are flags all over the field now. I think we've got 2 different penalties with 3 different flags thrown. Lincoln Schoenhardt coming in to make the stop. Walters reaches the 30-yard line, actually to the 32. But I'm assuming Spearfish will be marked back once again. I was going to say, back before the Governors scored that last touchdown, you stick with what works. And even if that is the freeze plays that are getting you an extra 5 yards because Spearfish isn't able to stop that part of the Governor offense, and obviously it's in their own fundamentals on the defensive line, but the Governors are going to keep doing it until it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, don't fix it if it's not broke. And sometimes you go to the well too many times to get the water, but in this case, you just keep doing what's there. And it's those little doses of Merrill. It's the little passes outside, out in the flats to Coop, and then again, every time we can bring Bucci in to get some positive yards, we're going to do that. And I don't really expect much difference out of that.
10-yard penalty on the run back on that kickoff return by Hunter Walters. They're marked back to the 16-yard line. And we'll start with a handoff from Walters to Thomas Hughes, the sophomore quarterback who's got some wheels, looking for the corner, but the Governors defensively are out there to escort him out of bounds. Stalley is there. Bucci is there from the linebacking spot. And the clock does stop, so he does make it out of bounds up ahead of the 16, but it's only a 2-yard gain. A lot of times, Thomas Hughes, players as fast as him, will likely turn that ball upfield and get a bunch of yards with it. Hughes back as a quarterback now, wants to throw into the wind, has his man Dylan Doran as he makes the play against Carson Stoser. Stoser will spin him and finally get him down at the 50-yard line. Big gain for the first time tonight for the Spearfish offense, a 32-yard pickup and a first down. Thomas Hughes completing his first pass of the night. Dylan Doran, who did not play last week in the game against Douglas, is back at it, and he makes a big play here.
Yeah, we talked earlier about his physicality. That ball, I don't know if it was underthrown or if it was just wind dated, but he actually had to go back to get that ball. And obviously, still as your back turns toward it, wasn't able to really see where that ball was at. Come back, made a great play on it, using his physicality to get back to it.
Spearfish looking for a momentum boost. That could be the charge that they need to get this offense going. They trail 14-0, and once again, we've got a false start and a pre-snap penalty. I think out here on the edge, receiver came in motion. It was Doran, but the offensive line will jump this time. I was just thinking Doran was ready to go a little too early, but Asher Peel in the offensive line, the guilty party.
Yeah, and this kind of point in time in the game, you start kind of, wondering a little bit how Spearfish is going to respond. Obviously they played a tough game with Watertown and, probably had some other easier games throughout the course of the year, but down 14-0. So what do they got left in the tank here to get something done?
Fake it to Walters. This is an end around to Drew Eisenbarth, and the Governors are not fooled at all. Drace Eisenbarth, I apologize. Eisenbarth, the senior, trying to show a flash to the near side, and the Governors will get him for a loss of a foot. It'll still be 2nd down and 15.
Yeah, great job by Lincoln Schoenhardt there not to bite on that, that sweep out to the right and just stayed home. And that's something you teach basically every backside guy is, you can't bite just in case something's coming back towards you against the grain, and just great job there.
They disguised that well, too, I thought. Everybody's going to key in on number 6, Hunter Walters, the 200-pounder. A lot of Spearfish opponents know that he's a focal point of the offense, but now Spearfish's offense, as it is, unable to get set. Coach Tom Thiessen sensing trouble. He'll take his second charge timeout of the first half of play. Spearfish needs something to happen here coming in toward halftime. We got 2:26 to go. It's 14-0 Governors, and this is a Coca-Cola timeout. We're back in 30 seconds. More Pierre Governor football.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people...
They'll set up a screen pass, and they have it to Walters here near side. Bounces off a man in the Pierre territory from the 50 to the 45. Yet another yellow marker down, standing at the 47 of Spearfish. And as they try to spring Walters on the screen pass, it looks like perhaps another holding penalty going to mark the Spartans back further. Spot foul from the 47. That's 2 yards upfield. We can call that a 2-yard pass play from Hughes to Hunter Walters. But penalty number 10 comes to Spearfish here. And this will make it, they'll set it back to the 37-yard line. Scoreboard says 2nd and 23. Sometimes you try to do math, but sometimes you just have to look at the scoreboard. Hughes, as everybody rolls to the right. He's going that way, too. He'll float one up into single coverage. Far side. Ball is tipped and out of bounds. It was Stalley in coverage. Vavruska, the intended receiver. But I think the wind got the best of that one. And Spearfish unable to get the completion here.
Yeah, going into that, I'd tell you what, the corners had just, monumental, tasks in front of them in terms of just stopping those big plays. And they've been doing a really good job, a lot of one-on-one coverage out there with them. And I think, they've got some size advantage a little bit with us. But, again, just utilizing that speed, not getting burnt by that deep ball by any means and just going up and knocking it away.
3rd and a bunch. Hughes going to keep it on the ground. He's going to follow Walters here this way, but he'll cut it back, and there's just nowhere to go. The Governors will stop him for a gain of only 2. Bucci at the 39-yard line gets him to the ground, and on 4th and forever, Spearfish will have to punt, and the Governors have 2 minutes plus, and I'm assuming maybe they've called a timeout to stop the clock, as the Spartans will have to punt. 2:04 left to go. Second charge timeout to the Governors. We'll pause for 30 seconds. We'll see what happens on the ensuing play when we come back with more Governor football.
With our new online loan application, you can go to our website and apply for a loan when it's most convenient for you. We make getting loan approval fast and easy. Our local lenders are available to assist you if you have any questions. We make it pain-free to get that loan you've been wanting. We're an equal housing lender. Oahe Federal Credit Union, your hometown credit union since 1955. Federally insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Interception, but their defense held Spearfish out of the end zone. And now the Governors are going, well, they stand to get the football back. And historically, a team that has run a 2-minute drill better than anybody is going to get that opportunity. Samuel Marcus set to punt into the wind. The snap is good. Marcus takes a couple of steps into it, but he gets a good boot. Carter Shufflebine will let it go at the 30-yard line. And, boy, I think that's going to be a mistake for the Governors. I think Shufflebine wanted to fair catch that ball, but he, in the end, just decided he couldn't quite get to it. I think he heard the footsteps, even though it looked like he had a little bit of space. But as it is, the Governors will have to go from their own 17-yard line.
Yeah, good punt by Spearfish, and I couldn't tell if there was a lot of movement on that ball. Obviously, if you've got that wind coming from left to right, that obviously can, again, put it in a little bit different position what you're expecting, and just didn't want to make a mistake, I'm guessing, at that point in time.
Well, the Govs have the wind, but they have the freeze play too, and already it looks like they'll get another 5 yards without any time running off the clock. That's the thing, Coach, you're losing. If you fair catch that ball.
Wade's kind of looking, Coach Steele could probably just freeze play all the way down about to the 20-yard line and see where we could go from there.
1st and 5, it's at the 22 now. There goes Stalley in motion, right to left, near side to far. Lounsbury gets the snap. He's looking in that direction. He's flushed out of the pocket. He'll throw near side, and Shufflebine sliding at about the 45. He just about had it, but Evan Wilson is up on his backside, and Shufflebine unable to haul it in. Incomplete pass, and that, of course, stops the clock with a minute 48 to play.
And another good ball by Lounsbury there. Again, we talked about how that kind of floating versus, really throwing one in there tight, and that was that opportunity you needed to get one in and between two defenders. Did a good job, just a little bit low on the run.
Near hash mark. Now Lounsbury, or is this Bucci? It is Caleb Lounsbury, keeping it on the ground himself. He'll get up across the 25 to the 26. That only gains 4. Both teams have one timeout left here at the tail end of the first half of play. It'll be 3rd and 1 as the Governors will set quickly. 85 seconds to go, and now Bucci has the snap. He'll be stood up. Brock Lewis leading the charge. Asher Peel is in there. Bucci's got enough for a first down, a fairly short gain otherwise. He's got 3 to the 29. Correct me if I didn't see that right. Did you see Bucci running that
He
one?
was, yep.
Bucci with 5 carries for 39 yards. Lounsbury back in the gun. He'll flush out as well. Roll right, looking, and it's intercepted again by Carson Sire, near side. Once again, just a little too tight of a window to try to throw it into as Lounsbury is victimized for the second time by Carson Sire, the sophomore defensive back.
Yeah, just being chased by a defender from Spearfish there, and I didn't catch the guy's number, but it almost kind of looked like Lounsbury had a little bit of an opening to possibly tuck that ball and run and even get out of bounds in that case and stop that clock. And, again, just trying to maybe do a little bit too much in that situation. So, again, Spearfish could be another team here, obviously working on big plays with 1 minute left and a timeout to go. So see what they can do here in the last minute.
59 seconds. Sire ran it out of bounds at the 42. That's where the Spartan possession begins here. A flag's coming in from the backfield. as Thomas Hughes keeps it himself. He'll shuffle back to the line of scrimmage. Johnny Sharon and or Jacob Mikkinen to help some link from Lincoln Schoenhard in on the stop. Governors got into the backfield, and that's kind of in pursuit of Hughes, who was on the quarterback keeper, but it was the man in the backfield who was guilty of the holding penalty. So it goes back to the 32-yard line. 11. Let's make it 12 penalties already here in the first half for Spearfish. Hughes, shotgun snap, rolls right. He wants to throw. He goes back across the field, and this one is knocked down by the leaping Lincoln Schoenhard at about the 42-yard line. He was looking to go back to Carson Sire. I believe it was coming across the field. They wanted to direct traffic to the far side, throw back to the near side, hoping Sire might be sprung free. But the Governors, once again, stayed home on defense. And they recognize that that's one thing we haven't talked really a lot about tonight, but I think they're really recognizing a lot of some of these misdirections that Spearfish would like to pull off.
Yeah, no kidding. Again, give credit to Schoenhard just dropping back into coverage there. I would have loved to see him pick that off and maybe see what we could do. He did a great job, though, knocking the ball down.
Wilson shifts to the right wing as Hughes takes the snap. He's got to unload it in a hurry. He does. Pass is caught at the 35. It's Evan Wilson. And there again is Lincoln Schoenhard, who makes the stick. A wrestler kind of tackle there. It's only a 3-yard gain as Wilson catches his first. 3 for 6 in the first half for Hughes, the quarterback. Time is running out. There's 20 seconds left, and I think Spearfish, if they want to try to get one big play, most importantly for them, they just don't want to give the ball back to the Governors. 10 seconds now. Hughes will take the snap. He's got trips to the right, rolling the far side. As Bucci breaks through, Hughes has to throw quickly. It is short hopped at the 43, and it's incomplete now with 3 seconds left. Sun and shine out there in coverage, as noted by PA announcer Ryan Munson. Timeout will be taken here, and Spearfish will just decide what they want to do. I'm sure they'll probably punt it away, and I would just kind of let, in this case, Sam Marcus get it high up into the air. You really don't want to give up another. Well, you don't want anything bad to happen on this side of the field. You certainly don't want to give up a big punt return either, but I think the hang time that Marcus is capable of wouldn't necessarily allow that to happen. But Spearfish, I still like this call too.
Yeah, this is a good call here.
Aggressive. Yep. 3 seconds left. They're going to try to make a big play. Final play. Nope, they're just going to run out the clock and sacrificing some yardage is Hughes. He'll fall to a seat at the 24-yard line, and that will bring to an end a very impressive first half of play for the Pierre Governors. On your Gales Gas Service scoreboard, it's the Governors 14 and the Spearfish Spartans nothing. Spearfish will get the ball to start the second half. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre, and your halftime break is upon us. And it is sponsored by Wealth Partners, Ameriprise Financial, in the Capitol Creek Center Plaza on East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. We break for 3 minutes. We'll come back and talk about it as you listen to Pierre Governor Football and your official voice of the Govs, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Grossenberg Implement just made it easier to find good used equipment. Just go to grossenberg.com and see what used equipment we have that you may want to upgrade to. Lots of 2023 units between tractors, combines, and everything in between. Stop into any of our 9 locations or browse online to see what will fit your operation. Grossenberg Implement has several late models available and great financing to help you with the cash flow. Visit with Grossenberg Sales Pros today to
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your team or reach the region and state. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Todd Sandel today and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free.
What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
When you're thinking of a new or used car, motorcycle, pickup, or RV, think of us. We make all sorts of vehicle loans. We can set you up with payments that fit your budget. So if you have getting some new wheels in mind, stop by and see us. We'll get you the right loan. Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. We're big on you.
We're small enough to know your name, but we're big on you.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the part you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
At Ringneck Energy, their mission is to produce renewable energy that adds value to grain and livestock production, enhances the income of their investor partners, and provide a safe, rewarding work environment. Located at 901 Redwood Avenue in Oneida, South Dakota. Call 605-945-6900 or check ringneckenergy.com. A proud supporter of local schools and wishes all students the best of luck in all their activities during the school year, creating economic opportunities in our community.
Titan Machinery is actively hiring service technicians to our Case IH team in Highmore, Miller, and Pierre. Whether you are an experienced technician or looking to start your career, Titan has a spot for you. Earn a competitive pay with the potential to make upwards of 6 figures. Titan Machinery offers company HSA and 401k contributions, free single health care, and a generous tool allowance. For more information, log into titanmachinery.com/careers or contact Titan Machinery, your Case IH dealer, at 701-356-0130.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Dano's Marine in Fort Pierre is your one-stop shop for all things boats and watercraft. They are your local Vexus and Alumacraft boat dealer, some of the best boats on the water. Dano's also offers a full line of services to maintain your boat out of the water so you can enjoy more time on the water. Their certified technicians proudly service Yamaha, Mercury, and Everroot motors. Stop in today to visit about your next watercraft. Dano's Marine, proud sponsor of Pierre and Fort Pierre athletics and events.
Wow, Bill, you're walking so much better. What did you do?
Well, I got so tired of the pain and nearly fell. And one of my friends recommended physical therapy at Winter Physical Therapy. And you know what? My back also stopped hurting.
Huh. So how did you get started?
My doctor wrote me a referral, but that's not always needed. Turns out you always have a choice where you want to go.
So why did you choose Winter Physical Therapy?
I love to support our locally owned small businesses, and quite frankly, they give great personalized care.
Winter Physical Therapy. Exceptional care.
That moment when you realize your furnace is stone cold busted. We're talking a real put on every sweater you own, I can't feel my feet, penguin predicament. But fear not, there's an expert for that.
Let your local heating experts at Pites Service Experts keep you warm with $50 off any furnace repair.
Like it toasty? There's an expert for that.
Call Pites Service Experts at 866-EXPERTS. See website for license details.
For over 70 years, Pitt's Design Build has earned our reputation locally for serving communities across South Dakota. We provide design and building services for schools, hospitals, churches, commercial offices, multifamily housing, and so much more. Pitt's Design Build is conveniently located in Pierre, Mitchell, and Sioux Falls to serve you and your organization. We bring value to our clients by facilitating the design and/or construction process. Give us a call today and check us out at pittsdesignbuild.com for a free building consultation.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierre, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
DRG Media Group Sports is the official voice of the Pierre Governors.
Knowles wants to run again, and he's got room. 40, 30, foot race to the 10, 5, and a touchdown. Pierre will come back and set up Avery Kaiser on the outside left through the block, and that's down.
The official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, and also at the River 92.7 page of the DRG News app, brought to you by Golden Buffalo and DRGnews.com.
Briggs Trucking and Construction in Fort Pierre provides quality freight transportation services, cargo hauling, excavation, and demolition services. They also specialize in dirt and gravel work for everything from commercial work to new construction. Briggs Trucking and Construction will haul everything from light poles to farm and agricultural supplies. The bigger the job or the bigger the load, the better, as that is where their expertise really shines. Contact Briggs Trucking and Construction at 605-280-2848 or email them at cbriggs25@pi.midco.net to visit about your next project.
Graham Tire of Pierre is your premier hometown shop, specializing in tires to fit vehicles, from ATVs to large farm equipment and everything in between. At your tire store next door, you can find a plethora of brand name tires that range from 4 to 10 ply and much more. Our highly skilled technicians can handle brakes, heating, and air conditioning. Call us today at 224-8643 or visit us at grahamtire.com. Graham Tire is a proud sponsor of Pierre and surrounding communities' local activities.
Scott Darnell with Lee Real Estate in Pierre is ready to help you find your dream home. There are 10 things you need to do to buy or sell your home. Number 1, call him at 605-220-2676, and he'll handle the other 9. As your resident realtor on a bike, he will make buying or selling your home feel like a walk in the park, not an Ironman triathlon. Find him on Facebook or email scott@LeeRealEstatePierre.com. Lee Real Estate and Scott are proud sponsors of Central South Dakota Youth Sports and Events broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance. Contact your local Farmers Union Insurance agent today.
Dimmick Cheese has been making handmade artisan cheese for over 90 years and has over 25 flavors of cheese. Stop by the store for sampling of all the cheeses. The store also offers several South Dakota-made products. And at the store, find Remedy Brewing on tap. Dimmick Cheese offers gift boxes, and fundraisers are available. To find out more, go to the website, dimmickdairy.com, or call 605-928-3833. And don't forget to check your local grocery store for their premium cheeses and cheese spreads. Dimmick Cheese.
Dakota Pro Air is a locally family-owned business that has been taking care of farmers' aerial needs since 2020. With locations in Letcher and Miller, Dakota Pro Air is able to provide service to a large area. Ground conditions too wet, or just don't want those sprayer tracks in your field? Give Dakota Pro Air a call for all your chemical and fertilizer application needs at 605-248-2314.
Olson Plumbing in Pierre provides complete plumbing and drain cleaning services to commercial and residential customers. Olson Plumbing understands how the simple things in life are often the things we can't live without, and running water is the top of the list. Olson Plumbing offers 24/7 emergency services, and they can be at your location in under an hour in most cases. If you need help with your plumbing system, call Olson Plumbing 605-224-6436.
You asked for it. Nonstop flights between Pierre and Minneapolis. Now you can book nonstop flights from Pierre to Minneapolis and Denver on Denver Air Connection. 1-hour flights on 50-passenger jets with fares starting at just $119 one way. Seats are limited and restrictions apply. Business, pleasure, a game, a winter getaway. It's easy when you fly from Pierre. Visit DenverAirConnection.com/Expedia to book your trip today. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre Regional Airport. Minneapolis flights begin November 30th.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Being local means more than being just another small-town business. It means showing up for our member owners when they need us, supporting the organizations that empower the next generation of community leaders and agriculturalists, and providing resources to help ensure the communities we live in are here for generations to come. At AgTegra Cooperative, local isn't just about where our locations are. It's about serving our farmers, our employees, and our communities in ways that nobody else will.
Hey, Josie.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money. Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
This season, or even presumably for the final time of the season for the Pierre Governors, but they do have a 14-0 lead on the visiting Spearfish Spartans. Brian Oakland with a play-by-play along with John Calda. Let's take a look at the other scores in Class 11 AA before we go to the second half. Sioux Falls Lincoln, defeating Aberdeen Central, the 1 AAA opponent for an 11 AA team tonight. And the highly powered Lincoln Patriots defeat Aberdeen Central easily tonight, 53-2. Aberdeen Central hit a 2-run homer in the bottom of the fifth, but they lose by the 10-run mercy rule. Yankton 21-7 leading T area. That is late in the third quarter. Mitchell surprising Huron late in the first half. It's 20-14. Watertown leading Sturgis at halftime, 22-10, and Brookings leading Douglas 35-0. Here we go, second half. The Comtech kick to start the second half of play, taken by Hunter Walters, and he's got running room. He'll go from the near side all the way out to the far side across the 25 and about to the 27, maybe the 28-yard line. Spearfish will have the opening possession of the second half. Coach, we always talk about halftime adjustments, and I think for Spearfish, first of all, no more penalties. Second of all, they've got to sit to sustain possessions and keep the football in their own side of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I don't think anything changes for the two teams in terms of what they came in looking to do the first half. I mean, Spearfish still's got to make their big plays that they can do. We know they can score quickly, and as far as the offense goes for Pierre, right, we just got to maintain again just that time of possession, just keep that ball out of their hands as much as possible.
First and 10 from the 29. Here we go. It's Spearfish moving into the wind from east to west. And they'll fake the handoff to Lathan Lucas, who starts the second half. But Thomas Hughes will keep it himself. He'll cross the 30-yard line, pick up 2 to the 31. Let's give him 3 to the 32-yard line. And even 3 yards right now is a positive gain and a positive event for Spearfish, who was held, as we mentioned, to just 38 total yards unofficially in that first half of play. And this play results in a penalty. 4. They wanted to go inside handoff to Hunter Walters. And, Walters has been a focal point of this offense, and he was even mentioned specifically by Coach Tom Thiessen in our pregame conversation. But I tell you what, we just haven't seen him hardly at all. He's only touched the football 3 times, 2 run plays and a pass, and they've got to get him more involved and figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's kind of been maybe one of their problems or issues, something they haven't not been able to do. And we've seen a lot of big plays is involving him all the time. And so, they're just not able to get him the ball right now.
False start back to the 27. Here's Lathan Lucas taking the inside handoff instead. He'll go far side, trying to turn the corner. 2 many green jerseys, including Trevor Rounds. Sutton Sonnenschein coming in to help out. The last one off the pile is even Kellen Hansen, the safety. We do have one Governor who's a little bit late and slow in getting up, and we might see Jacob Minkinen limping off the field. He's kicking it into high gear. Meanwhile, Johnny Sharon back in, but Lathan Lucas picking up just 1 yard. And Spearfish faced with a 3rd and 11. Minute and a half gone by. Here we're just starting the third quarter, 14-0 Pierre. High snap, inside handoff again, and it's Lucas for the second time in a row, I believe. But once again, the Governor run defense, very stout. Max Hunsley will put him to the turf at the 28-yard line. No gain this time, and a 3 and out here for Spearfish. There was one penalty that marked him back 5 yards, but they didn't do much with anything else either. And Samuel Marcus will kick one away as he stands inside his own 15-yard line. He kicks from right to left. Spearfish in road white. He runs up, puts a big old boot into it. This time it is Shufflebein taking it at about the 41-yard line with space to the 50, 45, left to right, and a good rundown from behind. Ashton Eichsenberger saving an even bigger return from Carter Shufflebein. Here we'll have it 1st and 10. At the Spearfish Spartan 40-yard line.
Yeah, great run by Shufflebein there. Again, one of those situations, again, I think he probably could have fair caught that ball and been pretty satisfied, and maybe got a little talking to in the halftime there about actually being a little bit more aggressive with things and getting some positive gain, and a huge block by, we'll keep going back to George Stolley. Just a big block by him, just giving him a couple extra yards there at the end of that play.
So the defense holds serve, and the Governors have a short field for the first time tonight, starting at the Spartan 40. Short rollout here, and this will be a quarterback sack as Caleb Lounsbury run out of bounds. Brock Lewis gets in there quick. And you talk defensive adjustments, and right away it's the Spearfish defense. Even though the offense didn't do much, it's the defense who comes up with a pretty solid play, moving the Governors back to the 48. A loss of 8 and the first sack of a Governor quarterback tonight. 2nd and 18.
Yeah, pretty tough move by Bogenhagen there. We released our tight end, which means he had to slide over and take care of Allman there and just wasn't able to get there quick enough.
2nd and 18, as mentioned, near hash mark. The Govs move from left to right. Lounsbury goes short, and this one had too much zip on it as he tries to get it to Carter Merrill out of the backfield. Merrill catches that one, and he at least gets half of that, 18 yards back after that quarterback sack, but this one falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 18. 16th pass attempt of the night by Lounsbury. He's completed 10 of his first 15. Of course, 2 of them picked off by Carson Sire, who plays for the other team. But with 9.5 minutes to go, it's still 3rd and 18, and a screen pass set up as Spearfish brought in the blitz. But Lounsbury unable to hook up with Merrill, and this pass falls incomplete. For the first time tonight, the Governors are unable to move the football offensively. And really, the way that first half went, that is only their 5th offensive possession all night long.
Yeah, those would be a couple plays we're going to want back. Just little zip off the ball, I think, would have kind of done him some good there and getting the ball to, first of all, to Merrill, and then in that screenplay there, just a little bit too hot.
Low snap to the punter. First punt of the night for Lounsbury. He'll line drive it to the 20, and it's taken on a couple of hops. Here comes Dylan Doran from the 8-yard line. Near side, finally up across the 20, pushed out of bounds, and a good play. And Dylan Doran will set Spearfish up ahead of the 20-yard line. We'll call it the 22. That's a net gain, I guess, for Pierre of about 26 yards. And Lounsbury made a nice play off of a low snap.
Yeah, give credit to Sam Larson, too. Just phenomenal tackle at the end against a pretty big physical, guy coming down the field at you and able to drive him out of bounds.
So Spearfish's defense holds serve themselves after the Governors did just the same to start our 3rd quarter of play. Now, here comes Walters. But first things first, Trevor Rounds closes off the first avenue intended. Walters has to adjust. He comes back left, and there again is E.J. Bucci, among others. And just a pickup of a yard. The 27 to the 28. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, great read by Rounds there. Just, again, they're trying to get the ball to their guy right now, and obviously we've got a couple guys keying on him pretty hardcore and just able to, we seen a couple weeks ago where, we're actually making tackles behind the line of scrimmage tonight. Big positive. We're making tackles, or should say behind now, instead of ahead of the line of scrimmage.
Walters tries to get past Bucci, but he can't get across and out of the ankle tackle. He will fall ahead of the 25 to the 27. I had us starting 5 yards forward already once again. So starting at the 22, then to the 23, now to the 27. That's a gain of 4. And to be more specific, we've got a 3rd and 5 situation here for Spearfish. Spartans bringing 4 players from the far side of the field to get the play call here, and they may have to hurry. They're already under 10 seconds, breaking the huddle, and Coach Teason sensing trouble. He's going to have to burn a timeout early here in the second half with 7:52 to go in the 3rd. We'll take a Coca-Cola break in the action with them. Governors still lead. Same score as halftime had it, 14-0. We're back in 30 seconds. You're listening to Governor Football.
Chum. I can't find a way to get my full group to one spot without taking all these cars. You haven't heard of Denwall Transportation? They have luxury seating buses with air conditioning, outlets to charge your phone, and other must-haves for traveling.
Whoa, no way!
Yeah, you should check them out.
Where can I find them?
You can follow them on Facebook or denwalltransportation.com, or hey, let's give them a call at 605-532-3836.
Denwall Transportation, let us do the driving.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Welcome back to Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field. 3rd and 5 for Spearfish as they try to get things going offensively. They'll go play action, but a floating duck into a pass interference penalty that'll go against Carson Stoser. Pass intended on the near sideline for Dylan Doran, and an easy call here. As even before the ball got there, Stoser, who did not turn his head around, was pushing Doran away from the ball. That'll be a penalty against the Governors of 15 yards. And Spearfish will pick up just their 2nd first down of the evening.
Yeah, Soja just doing what he, could possibly do just to make sure that nothing big was done there. Obviously giving him the first down in that case, but still, I still think that's better off than giving something a little bit deeper in terms of what's going on. But he was definitely in position to turn his head and possibly make a better play on that ball.
So Spearfish has it now with a 15-yard helper up to the 42-yard line. 7:47 to play. New quarterback in. Bobbles the snap. It's Sire, who has picked off 2 passes tonight. His first pass is also intercepted. It's Lincoln Schoenhardt from the 49-yard line. Back to the middle of the field. He advanced it to the 40. Cut it back to the middle. Brought down by a few different Spartans to the 37-yard line. And Lincoln Schoenhardt will turn over the Spartans. The Governors will for the first time tonight.
That kid is making a name for himself tonight. It's been fun watching him in terms of just, playing his position so well. There again, just dropping back into coverage, and you just see that all day that he was just going to get in that window to where that ball was going to get thrown.
So Carson Sire, it's a fair bit of irony there that Sire has made 2 great defensive plays. They bring him in for a different look, and that's probably trying to get Thomas Hughes involved in the offense, but in a different fashion. But Sire throws it right into the hands of Lincoln Schoenhardt. The Governors have it for the second time, starting a drive in Spearfish territory. They have it at the 36-yard line, leading 14-0. Here would love to get a third score on the board, and he'll start under center with Caleb Lounsbury. Carter Merrill, a single setback, and a 2 tight end set. Here is Evan Wilson. That is an early meetup. Wilson just stops Merrill dead in his tracks, and a loss of a yard back to the 37-yard line.
Yeah, that was just a numbers game by Spearfish. They had 2 guys outside on Cooper Terwilliger, and he obviously took the inside guy, or the guy head up on him, just gave Wilson an open shot at running back.
2nd and 11. I would imagine this, this is a golden opportunity for Pierre, but they've got to make plays now. Lounsbury rolling out, looking near side, throws too much. Leading Carter Shufflebine out of bounds. Shufflebine stayed after it, made a great effort. Sire is down there in coverage once again, proving that passes are hard to complete when Carson Sire covers the intended receiver.
And that same formation, though, we've seen basically all first half. It's not just him that's deep and running routes. We get 2 other guys underneath. And again, I'm guessing they're going to want to talk to him a little bit on just, maybe not looking for that home run ball right now, but to maintain and establish those drives. And let's keep chipping away at those 5 to 7 yards with Cooper, some of those other guys underneath.
Governors taking their time here. They've got the 225-pounder, E.J. Bucci, in at quarterback now. 2 wides, both sides. Bucci usually keeps it himself in these situations. Pierre in 4-down territory, at least trying to get about half of the 11 yards to go. Bucci gets there and then some. He will keep pushing his legs backward, getting some help from some of his friends inside the 30 all the way down to the 25-yard line. 8 yards of that came after contact, and the Governors were just stronger in moving the pile, picking up 12 along the way. First down, Governors.
Kind of reminds me of the old winter double wing. It's coming, but again, it's hard to stop. And when you've got that offensive lineman doing what they're doing right now and just getting that push 5, 6, 7 yards downfield, and obviously the athleticism of Bucci, it's just big things are going to happen with that play all the time.
1st and 10. It starts over at the 25-yard line. Here is a stutter step by Carter Merrill. He'll get 2. Asher Peel will grab him and spin him down. I hope I'm saying that right. Asher Peel, if not Asher Pile. It's spelled P-E-I-L. 2 for Merrill. He's run it 16 times tonight. E.J. Bucci in that quarterback change, a lot like Jet Zabel from last year. Jet's a tight end. E.J.'s a tight end on offense. The difference is E.J.'s not going to be throwing the football. And you like the winter offense you
absolutely
mentioned. 99 times out of 100, they're not going to be throwing the football.
I'm guessing Coach Steele's got that play in the book somewhere. We're just not going to see it yet.
So a pitch out here on 2nd and 8. Space for Merrill. He'll cut back up the alleyway toward the near hash mark, and he's got it inside the 20-yard line. Looks like he'll make it to the 17. Dylan Dorn in on the stop as announced by the PA guy. That's 6 for Merrill, and that'll leave the Governors with 2 to go in this sequence. 3rd down now. Into the red zone go the green and white. Down toward the 5-minute mark of quarter number 3. Pierre trying to add to a 14-0 lead. 7 in the first, 7 in the second. Merrill, nowhere to go. He runs right into the back of his offensive line, who are being pushed back. Even the senior time, Michael, unable to open the hole. Wilson is there, also number 30, and Aiden Meverden up from the defensive backfield making the stop, and Merrill pushed back for a loss of 2. And now Spearfish looking to stand up the Governors on 4th down and 3. Actually a loss of 1 on the play, but it's the big guy, Bucci, in at quarterback. He'll send Stalley in motion. He'll join 2 others here on the near side, including Merrill in the slot. Shufflebine wide. Bucci probably going to run it to the right. He does. He cuts back. Leads 3. He's got plenty of that. 10 more inside the 15. Down to the 11-yard line. Pick up 7, and the Governors will move the chains again. You know, I've been wanting to ask Coach Steele, and I completely forgot in the pregame conversation. I really wanted to ask him off the record anyway, but when are we going to start seeing more of Bucci? And obviously the answer is this very night.
Yeah, I think a big part of it's just been him kind of, being able to catch his wind. You know, we seen that first game where they started running him a little bit to where, he wasn't quite effective on the defensive side of the ball as we're seeing tonight. And I think now he's kind of starting getting his legs underneath him. And again, he's getting some breaks. He's able to get back out there on the defensive side.
Here goes Merrill again. First down and a spring into the end zone. Touchdown. 11 yards out. We hear the whistles. Are there flags?
Where's the flag?
There is a flag. Yeah, we're not seeing it from up here. But everybody was acting like there was a flag.
Right on
it's on the near sideline at the 10-yard line. And illegal formation, I believe, is the call against the Governors. Just like last week at Sturgis, it seemed like 4 or 5 or 6 big plays, including 2 touchdowns marked off because of penalties or negated. And here come the yellow flags to turn back the Governors. So 11 yards for Carter Merrill, who had a touchdown wiped away last week because of a penalty, is a no-go. It's 1st and 10 from the 16 now. 1st and 15, rather, from the 16. 7th penalty marked against Pierre tonight. 3:38 left to play, third quarter, still 14-0. Stay on the ground on 1st and 15. Merrill starts to the left, but Spartans quickly into the backfield. He gets dragged down by his shirt tail. That was Lathan Lucas who got to the shirt and held him up until he could get some help. Pickup of a yard to the 15 for Merrill. Tell you what, that 11-yard would have been touchdown. That was all untouched, and Merrill just could have just walked that one in. So the blocking was good. It was the formation that didn't work out. 2nd and 14. Roll out to the right. Lounsbury inside the 5, and the pass is caught. It is Dilgis. Lincoln Dilgis to the 3-yard line. Carson Sire will push him out. That'll pick up a big chunk of the penalty yardage and then some. They'll gain 12, but the line to gain is the 1-yard line. So far, they're at the 3.
Yeah, good little timing route there for Dilgis in terms of,
Lounsbury,
holy smokes, yeah. Lounsbury getting the ball, and that was one where he had to get a little step on that ball, and it was obviously effective.
Near hash, here comes Bucci from the 3, pushing, not going to get there. It looks like he stood up at the 1, but if that's where he's at least the Governors will pick up a first down. The line to gain is the 1, and the mark with the foot from the side official, from the near side, is right next to the goal line. So we'll call it a gain of 2. And the Governors, well, all they have to do is hang on to the football here, and they'll take a 3rd touchdown lead. And a timeout. Somebody was screaming. It'll be Spearfish's coach is doing that. And they'll have to use their 2nd charge timeout of the second half. 14-0 Governors for now. 2:25 to go. Third quarter. They're at the 1-yard line. When we come back after a Coke break of 30 seconds, you're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
Explore the 2023 Lincoln Navigator at Capital City Ford in Lincoln. Every time you approach your Lincoln, you'll receive a recarpet welcome. Twin turbocharged 3.5 V6 engine with auto start stop technology, you'll travel confidently with technology that meets all your needs. Now you can get the 2023 Navigator for 5.9% at 72 months. Stop in to see the full vehicle lineup at Capital City Ford in Lincoln, Capital City Ford in Pierce, South Dakota.
Now's your back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Welcome back to Phil Troutner Stadium in Hollister Field. It's 14-0 Pierre leading the 6-1 Spearfish Spartans. EJ Bucci takes the snap. He'll push ahead. It's blocked off for now. EJ still going. I don't think he's got it. Spearfish will stand him up. Boy, what a strong play by Hunter Walters, by Lathan Lucas. As Bucci, he hit the back of his offensive line on first attempt. He tried to spin, but didn't make it anymore. The Governors will stick with the 225-pounder. He tries to get low this time, and I don't think he got any further. Of course, there's not much more space to gain. Bucci gets up, and he's actually was wondering. It looked like he was wondering why that was, wasn't called, but. Yeah, he just got completely stuffed on that play. Now the Governors, they may have to get a little more creative now. Call that timeout. Spearfish did, and I think they were just trying to defend the inevitable, and that was straight up the gut. EJ Bucci, now 3rd and goal from the 1. Stally in motion. Bucci will take it again, and he gets through Brock Lewis into the end zone. Touchdown. EJ Bucci, 20-0 Governors. The Governors, for the 3rd time, score on the evening, and for the 3rd scoring drive, they run double-digit number of plays, and they take off 6 minutes or thereabouts. With 1:17 to go, we're in the 3rd. Carter Templeton for a PAT. Good receive by Lounsbury. He gets it down. Templeton is up and good for the 3rd time tonight. And it's 21-0. The Governors take the lead over Spearfish. 30 seconds and we'll pause. Another Pierre kick. And when we come back with more Pierre Governor football, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Great deal on smoking fast fiber internet from Venture Communications. Upgrade to the speed you need, up to 1 gig. And with whole home Wi-Fi included as part of your service, experience no-lag gaming, your favorite music, web surfing, HD video streaming, and connect to the latest smart devices. If you're ready for an upgrade, call or visit Venture Communications online.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
13 plays, taking 6 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. The difference is long sustained drive, but yardage-wise, it was a short field. They started at the Spearfish 36-yard line after a Lincoln Schoenhardt interception. That pick turned into 7. And a kickoff from Templeton will be taken on a hop by Dylan Doran at his own 10-yard line, coming near side across the 25 to the 30. Still on his feet, finally taken down by Aiden Beam at about the 32. And Spearfish has work to do. 1:10 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Plenty of time, but now's the time for Spearfish to really start making the most of every possession that they have, because there haven't been a lot of offensive possessions tonight. It's been ball control by the Governors, especially. They've dominated the line of scrimmage, and Spearfish, they've been defended well by teams like Aberdeen and Huron, and certainly the Govs here tonight. Here comes Evan Wilson. First down play. He's got good yardage up across the 35 to the 40. And he was just slicing and dicing his way. That was Walters instead of Wilson. Walters comes up limping a little bit. Looks like he's favoring his left ankle as he will hobble off the field. He gets 10 yards to advance the chains. First down, and that's the longest running play easily on the night for Spearfish. From right to left, Hughes will hand off here. And a new runner into the game across the 45. Ball eventually comes out, but forward progress stopped. This is number 33, Mick Bosch. And Bosch, who is a 165-pound junior, across the 45, he gets 3 to the 46.
You go back to those long drives. Obviously, we're keeping the ball out of their hands, but I think more importantly for us, we're just keeping our defense off the field. And again, they're not tired, obviously except for Bucci, who's playing multiple ways tonight. But
Bosch again on second and a long 7. Nowhere to go. It's Jacob Mikkinen. It is Lincoln Schoenhardt once again in on the stop. Bosch would be the lightning in the thunder and lightning, so to speak, rushing attack. There's your final play of quarter number 3, and the Governors have scored 7 in each of the first 3 quarters of play, and they're pitching a shutout still as we'll go to the 4th. Your Gales Gas Service scoreboard at the end of 3, it's Pierre 21, Spearfish nothing. We pause for 30 seconds. Gales Gas Service of Pierre with the scoreboard. Governor football is on your official voice of the Govs. We are River 92.7, KGFX FM, and DRGnews.com.
Allied Plumbing and Heating is your contact for business, farm, commercial, and residential plumbing needs located in Pierre. No job is too big or small for Allied. Put our over 50 years of experience to work for you. At Allied Plumbing and Heating, the only surprise we want for our customers is how fast they get the job done. That's why we offer free estimates on every single service, no hidden charges. Give them a call today at Allied Plumbing and Heating. Remember, you can rely on your allies.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Spearfish turns around, has the wind with them, and they try to throw out near side. Carson Sire intended, George Staley covering, and Thomas Hughes overthrows Sire on a play that started at the 46-yard line, and on 4th down and about 8, Spearfish near midfield is going to elect to punt the football.
I keep coming back, keep kind of sitting back, just waiting for Spearfish to just start kind of unloading on us a little bit. We just haven't seen it. They've been pretty content with, their 2 to 3 yard gains and trying to make something happen there, and then pretty predictable on the 3rd down and 8 in that case. And so, again, we just keep waiting to see that Spearfish team that we've seen on film basically all week.
Here comes Marcus to punt. This might be his best one of the night. It'll bounce at the 15. Staley has to back away from it. All the way down inside the 5-yard line, down at the 3 by number 25, Graham Hughes, a sophomore backup running back and defensive back. So field position certainly turns over in Spearfish's favor, but for the most part, the Governors have moved the football well enough, and that really hasn't been a factor all night long. Here we have it. It's Pierce starting at their own 3-yard line, leading 21-0.
No, it just really doesn't seem like any. I mean, they put us in any position right now. We find a way. Dill just with the big catch, in the first half that obviously got us out of the end zone again. Just situational. Just our line is playing where they need to be right now. We're just making really good key reads from our quarterback and just not putting ourselves in danger.
3 wideouts, 2 to the near side. This is a straight give to Carter Merrill from the 3. They'll get out to the 5, even the 6-yard line. And the Governors, I'm sure, here through this 4th quarter, obviously they want to protect the football given where they are on the field, but the more they do that, the more time they chew off the clock, the better position they'll be in.
And you got to be pretty comfortable with our defense on the field right now, the way that we've been able to contain, those big plays.
Freeze play, and even though there's flinching for the first time tonight, Spearfish does not get into the neutral zone. 11:05 to go, 4th quarter. This is a 2nd down and 7 from the Pierce 6. Snap is there, and a little pitch out to Merrill coming right side. Flag flies in from the far side. And really no gain, it appears. If this is against the Governors, and if I'm Spearfish, I take the result of this play and just make it 3rd down. We'll see if that's what happens, assuming maybe a holding penalty. Of course, you never know. Maybe it's a face mask or something like that. But the discussion looks to be between the officials and the Spartans. And they're placing the ball at the 6-yard line.
Hey, good call, man.
Penalty is declined. It'll be 3rd down after a gain of nothing. Carter Merrill, I've got him averaging 4 yards a carry tonight, 21 carries, 84 yards. And Pierce fans want to see some offense once again. Don't rule out a long pass play here.
No, never rule that out. No.
Especially when there's 90-plus yards to go if you're Coach Steele. 4 wide both ways. Terwilliger's coming wide to the left. Sire is on him. He's picked off 2 passes tonight. Lounsbury looking in that direction. He's got Terwilliger, but Sire gets a hand in front of the hands of Cooper Terwilliger. What a play. Carson Sire is good of a defensive back as we've seen all season long.
Yeah, that's how you play a ball right there. One, don't get deep. And obviously in that case he wasn't. And, just staying on that back shoulder and getting a hand in there and knocking that ball out.
So Terwilliger and the Governors are denied. It's 4th down and 7. And punt situation coming for the Governors. Still inside their own 10-yard line. Lounsbury, the punter, will stand about 2 feet in front of the back of his own end zone. He kicks a decent one out. Good hang time. But there is Doran, who will take a fair catch at the Pier 34-yard line. 28-yard advanced into a tough breeze for Lounsbury on the punt. But Spearfish has a golden opportunity to do something to get on the board starting from 34 yards out. 21-0 Governors. You're trying to even their record at 4-4. Spearfish coming in 6-1. They've got their old rival Sturgis to close out the regular season next week. On Thursday, the Governors head out west as well once again to play the Douglas Patriots. Douglas, a winless team. Here will be certainly favored in that one. Here comes, I believe that was Walters back in there, but he zigs and zags all before getting back to the line of scrimmage. It looked like he just could not tell exactly where the hole was supposed to open up because it really never did.
No, and you get Johnny Sharon in there and, blocking one of those holes and take one of those gaps up. I mean, that eliminates that pretty quickly. Great job by him coming in and making the tackle.
Push ahead of a yard for Walters. 2nd down and 9. 9:50 to go, 4th quarter.
Oh, Baxter Shrimp. Sorry, I don't think it was Johnny. I think that might have been Baxter Shrimp there.
Hughes back to throw this time. Back out left side. And as the Spearfish receiver stumbles along the way, somehow good catch-up speed, and this pass is broken up by the receiver rather than the defender. Trying to see who was out there. Stoser was covering for the Govs. And I still haven't seen the number of that intended receiver out on the far side. It was Dylan Doran now. So incomplete. Still at the 33, but it's 3rd and 9. Spearfish has thrown a lot of long pass plays, nothing really underneath, trying to go short passes and use their speed to pick up yardage. Now they'll just bunch everybody up, and this is a pick your poison play. It is Walters who comes out of there on the ground inside the 30 to the 25, downed at the 24, and that's enough for a 1st down for Spearfish, so they will move the chains at the 24-yard line, a gain of 9 for Walters. He's only carried the football 7 times tonight. He's caught 1 pass, but it's been all bottled up as far as Walters is concerned. I imagine one of the toughest games he's had all season. 9:10 as the clock runs again after moving the chains here on a 1st down. Twins in the backfield. They'll stay with Walters, faking to Wilson first. Now to the 20, 15, near side, slips a tackle at the 10 to the 5 and a touchdown. Spearfish is on the board for the first time tonight on a 24-yard touchdown run, and this time they got Walters out in open space, and the Governors, for the first time tonight, they've kind of failed to read the play, and they weren't able to cover anything up. Walters in from 24.
Yeah, Spearfish obviously seen something that worked there because they came back-to-back with those plays and just a little crisscross or zigzag, you want to call it. And I was surprised he actually cut inside first and then made a good move onto the outside to score that touchdown.
21-6, Marcus's PAT this time is good. He did miss a field goal earlier, but kicks this one through. 21-7, the updated score with 8:55 to play in the fourth quarter. Spearfish on the board. They'll kick when we come back after a 30-second step away. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
John Hoffman Electric is your neighborhood electrical service contractor, and so much more. No job is too big or too small for our team of professionals. We pride ourselves on keeping up with new technologies, such as Aerial, an augmented reality visual tool used to customize and experience a finished space before breaking ground. So whether you're building new or renovating a home, farm, or commercial space, let John Hoffman Electric light the way. John Hoffman is a proud sponsor of all local activities broadcast on Live Ticket TV.
Starting the back to the Owyhee Federal Credit Union press box. Owyhee Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
The Governors were stopped inside their own 10-yard line. They punted out to the 34, and it only takes the Spartans 4 plays to go 34 yards in a minute and 25 seconds. It was a 9-yard pickup of a first down by Hunter Walters on a little misdirection play, and on the very same play, as Coach John Calda mentioned, the next play, the C just opened up on the near side, and Walters scampers in from 24 yards out. Sam Marcus's PAT makes it 21-7. We'll see what Marcus does here as he tees it up on the near hash mark. Spearfish on the board for the first time. The Governors still lead by 2 scores. Brian Oakland with play-by-play. John Calda at side. Jordan Letmer on live video camera. Our live tickets. This is a little pooch kick, and the Governors will take it on a hop and trying to make some advance. I believe this is Sutton Sonnenschein, number 19, across the 40 to the 45, and it is Sonny who will make it to the 49.
Not a kid you want to get to the ball, when you're hitting a little pooch kick like that, because, again, you talk about speed of George Stolley, and, again, there's another kid that's got some wheels to him. Just a little bit of open daylight, able to get the ball kind of a little bit ahead of the Spearfish defenders down there, and just able to make something out of nothing, and that good job for him.
Sutton out to the 50-yard line. The other member of our team tonight back home in studio, Chuck Hansen, running the show at technical direction. Pinch hitting for William Wilson, who is involved in the Pierre Governor Drama Club fall play. Carter Merrill up the hash mark from the 50 into Spearfish territory to the 45. It's an 8-yard gain to the Spartan 42. By the way, fall play is in their second night of performances tonight. You have one more opportunity if you'd like to see that. Showtime at 7 o'clock at Riggs High Theater tomorrow. William Wilson and others breaking a leg tonight. 8:15 we've got left in this one, 21-7. It's been all Governors until that last possession by Spearfish when they finally got it in the end zone. But a short kick and a nice return put the Governors out to good field position for the third time in 4 possessions since halftime. Lounsbury under center. This is Merrill. He's got a first down inside the Spartan 40, down to the 35, chased down by Marcus Medina from behind. And Merrill will be given an extra yard inside the 35 down to the 34, picking up 8 along the way. Back-to-back 8-yard pickups.
The guy that loves see coming off the bottom of that pile is Bryson Wallman right now as the center. I mean, he was down there with him 4 or 5 yards and just driving his guy back. Again, good opportunity for him to get into the game tonight and making the most out of it.
I got to ask you something about Bryson Wallman after this play here. Caleb Lounsbury, under center. Merrill, a single setback, 2 tight end set. Merrill starts left. He was cut off by Brock Lewis, and he cuts back to the right inside the 35, down to about the 32, picks up 2 from there. Bryson Wallman in at center. You still have Zayden Rounds out there as well, who is the usual center, but Wallman goes 5'6". It's pretty good to get some leverage if you're underneath the guy you're blocking, right? That's actually 100%. What I'm thinking about Bryson Wallman.
But I tell you what, you will not find a kid, and this kid's got a little piece of my heart right now in terms of just one, he's a phenomenal kid, but he's also got just a great work ethic and just doesn't quit.
You've had him in wrestling.
Yeah, I have him in wrestling.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a kid that I just enjoyed so much over the last couple of years.
I've actually had him in junior bowling. I coach junior bowling. I've kind of quit doing that now, but he is one of our junior bowlers too. So well-rounded athlete, Bryson Wallman. We got a timeout called by the Governors on a 2nd and 7, maybe 8 coming up. 6:33 to go, 21-7. The Governors moving in Spearfish territory again. This is a 30-second timeout brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling and Beer. We'll have a station ID coming back to This is Governor Football.
South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union press box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
Connor Stadium, Hollister Field. It's the Governors on top by 14. They've got it 2nd and 8 in Spartan territory. Caleb Lounsbury sending Carter Shufflebine in motion. The Governors sticking to the running game, mainly to chew time off the 4th quarter clock. But this time, Spearfish gets in the backfield, and this is a quick stop. TFL, tackle for loss of Carter Merrill back outside the 35 to the 37. A loss of 5. And the Governors will have 3rd and double digits.
Yeah, just shooting the gap there, just getting in the backfield before we can really even get that play established.
Merrill was over 100 yards rushing, but now loses 5. He's at 97 right now. Freeze play, Spearfish. A no-go this time. Close.
I was just reacting to the crowd's reaction, and they were a little bummed out they didn't get the flag on that either.
3rd and 12. Lounsbury will roll it out. Far side. He throws for Lincoln Dilgis. Dilgis has to dive. Can't reach it inside the 30. And the Governors will send in the punting unit with 5:44 to play. Try to preserve defensively a 21-7 lead. And one thing I should have mentioned earlier tonight, want to give a shout out to the We Care Pink Hair fundraiser for October and Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Pierre volleyball girls were helping out. They were selling $10 strands of pink hair, and proceeds going to assist patients and families, patients of the Helmsley Center in Pierre. Good friend Kelly Yackley asked us to mention that. Kelly herself has battled and beaten breast cancer. Coach Kim Byerly, also a cancer battler. Here in this month of October, we give them our undying love and praise. Everybody else battling breast cancer here in the month of October. You see the Governors hemmed in pink a number of occasions out there in their green on green uniforms. A punt by Caleb Lounsbury, fairly short, but it'll be down at the 22-yard line. Here come the Spearfish Spartans. Time starting to run short as they trail 21-7. Governors have led throughout. Spearfish scored their only touchdown on their last possession. That was on a short field. Now they've got it at their own 22. Thomas Hughes, sophomore quarterback, looking to keep it himself. He'll take the path led by the blockers, but still trying to turn the corner. You know what, Coach? I mean, other teams might let these corners open up, but the Governors have not done that at all night long.
No, and that's been 3 big stretch plays for us. You know, we go back to the first half. I think there was 2 plays where they tried running that little quarterback kind of sweep out to the edge, and here again. And I mean, again, with some guys with some speed, right, we've been able to really close those corners off and shut things down.
2 for the QB, this time 2nd and 8. Thomas Hughes takes the snap. He'll hand off. Coming this way, Hunter Walters. He is dragged down in the backfield. There are 2 Governors there. One gets him low, one to finish him off up high. It's Jacob Mickinen with a big stop. Mick has played some big defensive games this season here on the Hollister Field turf.
I'm going to go back to Schoenhardt on that one. He actually had, again, another monumental task going up against one of their tackles at their ends, and was able to keep his outside shoulder free and just assist in that tackle at the end.
The 2 they gained are 2 that they lost. It's 3rd and 10, and this pass intended for Vavruska, but he slips and falls. Sutton Sonnenschein, the safety, had an opportunity to pick it off, but it was even thrown behind him. They got a hand on it, but couldn't haul it in, and 3 and out here for Spearfish. Still stuck on their own 22-yard line. 4th and 10, not really a situation where they will want to go for it here.
If there's any aspiring defensive linemen or defensive ends out there, they need to go back and watch that play and what E.J. Bucci did. I don't think that quarterback had as much time as he wanted back in that end zone. There was a great swim move, was able to get in his face and make him throw that ball out earlier than what he needed to.
But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and Spearfish is going to go for it. Hughes on 4th and 10. Got a man in motion. Here comes Bucci, but he unloads it. Incomplete, and the Governors turn him over on downs. Hughes trying to explain what was going on. He points at number 1, E.J. Bucci, saying he was coming at me. I didn't have any choice but to get rid of it. And it'll be Governor football at the Spartan 22-yard line. Tough game tonight for Spearfish. The Governor fans, they'd like one more trip to pay dirt here. They lead 21-7. Lounsbury in the pistol this time. 1st and 10. No pitch or fake the pitch. They want to throw it to the end zone.
Oh, great catch. Oh, my God.
It's Carter Shufflebarn. Touchdown. And the defender beating himself up a little bit. Aiden Meverton is right there, but this ball is dropped right over the head of the defender into the hands of Carter Shufflebein. That's just an absolute perfect pass.
Wow.
Aiden Meverton, you couldn't do much about it. And the Governors strike on a quick one here from 22 yards out. They lead 27-7. Carter Templeton looking for one more. Snap, spot, hold, good. Kick is good. Governors 28, Spartans 7. 4:09 to play. Another kickoff coming up after a 30-second step aside. You're listening to Pierre Governor Football.
What matters most with the Brittany Shufflebein Agency, American Family Insurance. Our personalized insurance solutions ensure you're covered, no matter what life throws your way. From home and auto to farm, commercial, and life, we tailor policies to fit your unique needs. With our dedicated team and exceptional service, you'll have peace of mind knowing you're in good hands. Contact the Brittany Shufflebein Agency, LLC.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
For all intents and purposes, has belonged and been dictated by the Governor defense. The offense has found a way to make more plays than they've been making of late. And tonight, sometimes the Governors will turn you over and then they just go for the downs, and that's what they did on that one. First play and a one-play strike, 22 yards. And the best pass of the night I think we've seen from Lounsbury. He just dropped a dime right into the hands of Carter Shufflebein, right over the head of Aiden Meverton, the defender. And boy, Meverton just, he was doing everything he could have, and he was just in shock, I think, of that ball coming down from behind him. And I just feel for the kid, the way he was so disappointed on that play. 28-7 Govs, a short kick into the wind. This is muffed by Doran. The Governors will recover it at the 21-yard line. Dylan Doran seemed a little bit tentative coming up to the football. And the Spartans, who on special teams and kick returns, they've been pretty aggressive all night long. That's why a little bit of surprise here for my sake. Dylan Doran, he's been a playmaker tonight, but it is, in this case, as he just couldn't get to it. But you saw a little bit of hesitation.
Yeah, that ball was just placed, or the wind held it up, whatever you want to call it. Just in the right spot to where it's just that kind of whole center field to where it's like, well, you're going to get it, I'm going to get it. And nobody just really wanted to commit to it.
And I think Doran probably realized he had to get to it. It's a free kick, free ball. Here's Lounsbury.
Good catch.
Great catch by Terwilliger at the 10. He's inside the 5, pushed out of bounds. He reached for the pylon, knocked it over, but he is ruled out of bounds. It appears at the 2-yard line, and it's Carson Sire who will preserve the touchdown. That ball with the zip from Lounsbury. Terwilliger at 6'5", had to go up to about 7'4", I think, to catch that ball. It's a 19-yard gain down to the 2-yard line. And then the Governors, with a little help The turnover by Spearfish. Knocking on the door once again as Lounsbury will come under center. They want to get Carter Merrill into the end zone. There it is. Touchdown, Carter Merrill. And this time there are no flags. I think the last 3 times Carter Merrill has gone into the end zone, there's been a yellow flag to negate it. Not this time. 2-yard score. Merrill makes it 34-7 Governors. Bad luck for the Spartans. They couldn't move the ball on their last possession. The Governors score. They muff the kickoff. The Governors recovered, and the Governors score again. So in a span of about 20 seconds, the Governors may put up their 14th point on the board here in the fourth quarter. Carter Templeton is good. 5 for 5, 35-7. The Governors with 3:53 to go, and we have another flag thrown, and I think Spearfish may be reacting a little too negatively this time. We'll talk about that when we come back after this 30-second timeout. The Governors kick once again when we return with more Pierre Governor football.
Best of luck in today's competition to the Potter County Battlers from Black Sheep Agronomy, your local agronomy experts. Black Sheep Agronomy wants you to have a successful farm plan and is focused on products and practices that work in this region. As community members themselves, Tyler, Tice, and Austin support area students who work hard in their school and extracurricular activities. Good luck, battlers from Black Sheep Agronomy. Call 842-6104 for all your agronomy needs.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
A lot of that over the years. And even though they haven't had a lot of good fortune this season, somehow, some way, it has all been put together tonight. Offense, defense, special teams kicking in or chipping in as well. The Governors take a muff kickoff return. And 2 plays later, well, they get a 19-yard pass play from Lounsbury to Terwilliger to the 2-yard line. Next play, it's Carter Merrill putting it in. And it was a personal foul, unnecessary roughness on Spearfish after the touchdown, or after the PAT. So the Governors will kick off here from the Spearfish 45-yard line. Ironically, Spearfish, who was plagued by penalties in the first half, that's only the second penalty that'll be marked off against them here since halftime. Templeton to kick, and he'll line drive it. This one into the end zone. That's a touchback, and Spearfish will have it 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. 3:53 to play. Spearfish coming in 6-1. They won their first 3 games of the year. The only game they lost was a 14-6 verdict at Aberdeen Central. They followed that up with a tough one against Huron, 14-7 on their home field, but a signature win 2 weeks ago at Watertown, defeating the Arrows in overtime 27-20. They had an easy time with Douglas last week. That brings them in here 6-1, but they are going to come up short tonight. I think it's safe to say now. They trail by 4 scores, but we'll see what they do. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Hughes wants to throw, rolling out, has a man out there. And as John Caldo says, Dylan Doran, who catches his second long one of the night. This one puts Spearfish up across midfield to the Pierre 48-yard line. That's a gain of 32. That's the second 32-yard catch for Dylan Doran tonight.
These are games I like calling with you. I mean, it's just we're seeing some really good football tonight. I know it's not going Spearfish's way, but I mean, receptions, we're seeing some, good defensive battles going on right now. It's just been a pretty enjoyable game to watch.
Trips to the right this time. Hughes in motion this way. He'll throw short, and he's got Evan Wilson. Inbounds or not? Yes, he is. And he's at the Governor 40-yard line. That's a pickup of 8. You can see, Coach, exactly what Spearfish is capable of. I mean, they have the playmakers. I just think the Governor defense has just defended so well, and they've kind of taken Spearfish out of their game, at least for the first 3 quarters of this game. 35-7 now. This is Walters. He's got room up the middle. 35-30. Near side with a cut back. 20-10 as he cuts back to the middle of the field again, or toward the middle of the field inside the 10. Now down to the 5. It was Porter Hunsley who ultimately slowed him down enough to get some help. And Walters is down to the 3-yard line. That's a pickup of 37 yards. And yes, I said that Spearfish probably isn't going to win this game, but here come the big plays all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, we look at their first couple, 3 quarters. Like I said, we just took them out of their game. We were forcing them in basically running situations to where they were only getting 2 to 3 yards. And
Walters trying to go the rest of the way. Sun and Shine and Kellen Hansen, 2 of the defensive backs, trying to pull him back away from the goal line. He'll be stopped at the 1. And Walters, who has in his last 4 carries a 24-yard touchdown run, and that last 37-yarder that sets him up on the doorstep. Suddenly over 90 yards with that 2-yarder on 11 carries. That's more like it for Hunter Walters statistically. Spartans with a yard to go, still in the gun. Then they'll hand off to Hunter again. He is met by Trevor Rounds, but with a head of steam. Boy, this is close. Neither sideline official has given it to him. And he is inches away from the goal line. No score yet. Still 35-7 as Jacob Mikkinen clogs the hole. Under 2 minutes to play now. Still Twins in the backfield. Walters along with Evan Wilson. Well, Spearfish has to get a guy out of there. And, they're going to have to, no, it's going to be a penalty. Too many guys on the field. Too many men in the huddle, so to speak, or an illegal substitution. So instead of being at the 1-yard line, they'll back up 5. And, just trying to get a late score this time, but that's the first word and the only word that comes to my mind is unfortunate, I suppose, as far as the Spartans are concerned here. So now, just outside the 5-yard line. Still 3rd down, goal to go for Spearfish. Clock starts up again. We've got 90 seconds to play in this one. They'll throw on the timing route. Doran will lose the defender. He'll haul it in. Dylan Doran from 5 yards out. Touchdown, Spearfish.
And those are kind of things, again, we go back to what we expected to see from them, that third, the first 3 quarters of the game. And just they've got that in the books. And we know, we can see that. But, again, just as far as the defense goes tonight and just looking at what we've been able to do with them is just, again, get rid of those big plays and force them to actually drive the ball down the field, which they just haven't been able to do.
5-yard score, it's 35-13. Spearfish will go for 2 as Hughes ready to take a snap with Walters in the backfield with him. Fake the handoff, slant pass here. This is going to be pass interference, and this is a bang-bang play. The receiver coming in from the left side. Actually, Lincoln Schoenhardt was right in the way. I believe they were looking for Doran again. And from my vantage point, Schoenhardt had his back turned to us. I don't even know if he knew Doran was coming his way. And basically it is being ruled, even though I call it a bang-bang play, just being ruled as a little too soon in a contact from Lincoln Schoenhardt. So another opportunity. They'll stay on the ground. Walters comes across left guard. And it's good. +2 by about a foot. Hunter Walters is in. That makes it 35-15. With 1:28 to play, quick 30-second break. Spearfish kicks when we come back. You're listening to Governor Football.
Stay in a beautiful Black Hills vacation home, the Summit on Dancing Sky near Leeds, South Dakota, in the popular Powder House Pass development. It's a modern rustic design with over 5,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, and 5 baths for you to enjoy. You'll get gorgeous views of the Terry Peak Mountain Range. There's a community pool to enjoy, and you're close to all the attractions like Deadwood, Sturgis, Spearfish, and a whole lot more. The Summit on Dancing Sky. Visit them at DancingSky.com.
Welcome back to the Oahe Federal Credit Union Press Box. Oahe Federal Credit Union, where people are worth more than money.
A couple of big plays along the way. They go 80 yards in 6 plays. And a 37-yard run by Hunter Walters to get him inside the 5. But ultimately a 5-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Hughes to Dylan Doran for 6. And Walters runs it in for 2 more. 35-15 our score, but that drive takes 1 minute and 25 seconds off the fourth quarter clock. Spearfish tries an onside kick, but Merrill recovers it, and the Governors have it at their own 46-yard line, and they'll be able to run out the clock. Spearfish has, I believe, only 1 timeout left.
Oh, flag on the play.
There is a flag on the play, but it's on the Spearfish side of the field and close to where the kickoff began. Offside on Spearfish on the receiving team.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's interesting. The Spearfish is going to get a 5-yard helper. That's
wow, never seen that.
I don't imagine, I'm trying to visualize exactly how that happens and how that official is actually seeing that play, but I think that's just something you make assumptions on how everybody's going to be lining up, but that's a pretty alert call by the officials. Somewhat inconsequential. We've got a 20-point ball game. We've got 1:27 to play, but most importantly for Spearfish, they at least get another opportunity to try an onside again. How much do you really practice onside kicks in high school football?
Yeah, not much. Yeah. No, not much.
So, Samuel Marcus, I think there is definitely a way to do it, but it takes a lot of practice, and obviously the best kickers in the world are able to do things like this. Marcus is just going to try to pooch it. Actually, he'll put some air under it this time. Kick it far side. The Governors let it go, and it is out of bounds, untouched, and Pierre will have decent field position here. And again, they can run out the clock. They didn't throw the flag, but normally they would on a kick out of bounds.
What if they thought one of our defenders?
Well, they may have thought Pierre touched the football. So, that's what they're saying. So Pierre will have it at the 32. But again, Spearfish with 1 timeout. Pierre can snap the football probably 3 times, and they will move their record to 4-4 on the season. The Spartans will fall to 6-2. Lounsbury has the snap. He'll back up a yard and put it to an E. Here at Douglas next week. Spearfish host Sturgis. That's a traditional rivalry to close out each and every season, just like Rapid City Stevens and Central finish the season against each other every year. So do Spearfish and Sturgis. Let's look at, I don't know if you saw that game last week with Sturgis, as Trent Merkwan was on the call with us, but that Sturgis team, they've lost to Pierre by 3. They lost by 1 to Aberdeen and Huron. They could just as well be 5-2 instead of 2-5, but yet they're on the outside looking in. And I think being a rivalry game, that is, for Spearfish's sake, that's going to be a tough game to close out the season. They've got to get some momentum back now.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how Sturgis played us last week, I thought they had a great game plan. Obviously utilizing their tight end quite a bit. I think his number was 44. I'm not sure what his name was, but I mean, they basically kind of played one of those perfect games against us. And, I don't think that's, out of reach for them to come back and have that kind of a game against Spearfish, especially in that kind of a rivalry game. And you take a look at Spearfish, what does this game do to a team like that was kind of riding that high horse, coming in here tonight?
And I think now, you're going to get power points from the Governors, who are advancing to a 500 record. They have a winnable game, obviously, next week against Douglas. Spearfish is going to get some help on that, but one more kneel down, and the Pierre Governors call it an upset if you'd like, but they knock off the Spearfish Spartans 35-15. And to finish that point, Coach, I think Spearfish, I don't know if they can lose an opportunity at having a home game in the first round of the playoffs, but that still is something they're going to have to play hard for next week against Sturgis. Your final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, the Governors 35 and the Spearfish Spartans 15. Pierre is now 4-4 on the season. Spearfish with just their second loss of the year. Still a great season going. They are 6-2. Scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Use their budget plan and keep full service as soon as it gets cold, and it's a little chilly tonight. With Gales Gas Service in Pierre, stay warm all season long. A great one for the Governors. Finally, the Govs we've expected all season long seem to show up tonight here at Phil Troutner Stadium at Hollister Field. We'll take a 3-minute timeout. We'll come back for the post game. We'll talk all about it. Pierre wins at 35-15. Your official home of the Governors. It's River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Graham Tire in Pierre is proud to support high school sports and the students and families that make our community so special. At Graham Tire, we focus on customer service, nationwide warranties, and everyday low prices on tires and auto services. We only offer the best brands, including Goodyear, Dunlop, Cooper, and Titan. Visit us today to discuss new tires or other auto services. Graham Tire and Automotive, 421 West Sioux in Pierre. Call us at 224-8643. Schedule service online at grahamtire.com.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Are you looking for a good night's rest and sweet dreams? Well, Slumberland Furniture in Pierre is where to stop. Slumberland carries quality bedding from Tempur-Pedic, Purple, Stearns & Foster, and Sealy Posturepedic. They have adjustable bed bases with many adjustments so you sleep in the position you like. Sheets and pillows from Slumberland round out your bedding essentials package. So, for sweet dreams and peaceful sleep, be sure to shop Slumberland Furniture on the Truck Bypass in Pierre or visit them online at stores.slumberland.com.
Looking for a way to show your community spirit and support our local school? Look no further than the newly redesigned Pierre Governors and Stanley County Buffalo's Spirit Cards from American Bank and Trust. With every purchase, a portion goes directly to the Pierre and Stanley County school districts, helping fund important programs and activities. It's a win-win. You get all the benefits of a great debit card, and our local school district get the support they need. Visit our friendly bankers at 700 East Sioux Avenue today to sign up and make a difference with every swipe. American Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Thinking of travel, Pierre Regional Airport offers nonstop flights from Pierre to Denver on Denver Air Connection. From there, you can fly anywhere, book to your destination, and check bags through on United, Delta, or American Airlines. 1-hour flights on 50-passenger jets to Denver, then connecting to your destination. Save travel time and money, avoid the crowds, and free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre.
Regional Airport, skip the drive.
Breakfast and lunch are back at Ramcota's River Run Restaurant in addition to delicious evening dining Tuesday through Saturday from 5 to 9 p.m. Cooked to perfection, hand-cut steaks, delicious seafood, pastas, burgers, and more. River Run Restaurant and Bar inside the Ramcota. Come discover the great food and atmosphere with great menu options. You have dining choices. Make the River Run Restaurant the top of your priority list. Get hooked at the River Run Restaurant inside the Ramcota. A wonderful dining experience for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
The team at Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg are devoted to spending time with each patient to answer all questions and address any concerns that arise. Family Dental wants all their current and future patients to feel welcome and comfortable and to have the healthiest, best-looking smile possible. They can take care of all your family's dental needs with cleanings, checkups, same-day crowns, and many other dental services. Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg, caring for all your family's dental needs. Call Family Dental at 224-7774 today.
For the first time in, since week 2 when the Governors hosted the Huron Tigers, the Pierre Governor fans are sent home happy. They got a home win. And it's been a month and a half since week 2. Here in week 8 of the season, the Governors defeat the Spearfish Spartans 35-15. Brian Oakland with John Calda, Chuck Hansen in studio. Jordan Lutmer has been doing video for Live Ticket. A good game to rewatch at the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com and the DRG News app if you'd like to watch this one over. We see Coach Steve Steele down on the field after his comments with his team. A lot of pink on theme night out there again for breast cancer awareness. We'll have a chat with the coach coming up in a bit. Let's talk to our own coach here, John Calda, about this one. I tell you what, JW, this is a game where as the Governors come out and they made all the plays, running, passing, and special teams that they needed to make. They especially made the plays on defense. And people around the state, they thought maybe Pierre was human this year. I'm not saying they still aren't human, but I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this game and saying, uh-oh, here they come.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at AA this year compared to the last couple of years, I mean, it's kind of a wash in terms of who the best team. I still think Yankton's probably the better team out there. But, again, you look at basically from 2 through 5 and so on, it's definitely a mixture of some teams in there, and you never count us out when it comes down to it. And, again, just as far as what the coaching staff has done and carrying them, lack of momentum, but now turning it into a momentum, I believe, from last week into this weekend. They're obviously firing on all cylinders and heading in the right direction.
Pierre beating Spearfish here. Spearfish has wins over T in Watertown. Watertown has beaten Yankton, among others. And, T area is still a force to be reckoned with. Brookings has had some quality wins over Pierre and others. And now you've got 6 teams in parity in 11 AA where everybody has beaten everybody. 1 game to go before the postseason. We're just getting started, man.
Oh, I know, and I'm excited. I mean, again, I think it's taken a while for the AA system to get to where it's at right now, and obviously we're pretty happy with where we have been, but to see now not just 2 top teams out there that are, obviously the good, the better of the 2, but we're seeing some good playoff games, I think, that are going to rise here in the next couple of weeks, and obviously really important.
Yeah, and again, it's all season long when the Governors have had good success. It's been because of the defense. They have been the model of consistency. The offense has had their ups and downs. There's no question about that. You can always seem to rely on the defense, and I'm just it's super impressed with the way the defense played tonight against a team that is built on making big plays. Now, let me ask you this, Spearfish, if this game is played earlier in the season, there's a pretty good chance Spearfish surprises Pierre with big plays. And but Steve Steele and the guys, they can watch so much film, and I don't think anybody prepares a team to play more or better than these guys do, and that seemed to be the case tonight.
No, and that's kind of the tricky part about playing a team with that kits on big plays is you just don't know when and where they're going to happen. And so, I think you force them into those long drives or trying to force them into, getting them into the drives, which obviously they weren't able to maintain tonight. And I still think that's a big time positive, and just taking their big players out. I mean, first half, you start looking at their prime guys. I mean, they hardly ever touch the ball, and that's, again, give credit to the defense and being in the right positions and being in the right places, obviously coached up really well.
Coach Steele is coming up here behind you now, and we appreciate your time as always, and I think we've got more games to go together.
I hope so. All right, thanks, Brian.
That's John Calda with the analysis at side. We appreciate him being with us. Coach Steve Steele gearing up, and you ready to go, or do you need a break? All right, Coach Steele mic'd up now. Solid win, and what I was talking with JW about here is this just seems like a game in the recent history of Pierre Governor football. It's nobody's doing it better, obviously, in recent years. It's been a tough year this year, but suddenly it just seems like people better take note. Pierre Governors, they're on their way back, maybe.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the message we've had all year. It's not how you start a season. It's not about that. It's about continuing to push the trend line up, and we feel like we did that here tonight.
And I think this Spearfish team, you've seen them, for a number of weeks making a lot of big plays, and maybe you just were a little more ready for big plays, and you negated a lot of big plays, maybe a little bit better than previous Spearfish opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good football team. They're 6-1 for a reason, and they know how to win close games. I think the biggest thing they didn't have a whole lot of time trailing this season. They had a little bit of back and forth with Watertown, but we felt if we could get up early on them, that maybe put them in a little different position than they've been in before.
Earlier games this season, you've had good starts, good yardage drives. You haven't been able to really finish them consistently, but tonight, right off the bat, 80 yards, double-digit plays, 5.5 minutes off the clock, and you couldn't ask for a better start in this one.
No, and I think that was the challenge to the guys. Coming out, we knew we were going to take the ball if we got the opportunity to. We knew we wanted to try and get ahead, but more than anything, we just said, hey, it doesn't take a special play. It takes a lot of simple things over and over and over again. Without a mistake. And, you hadn't seen that drive yet this season, and we started off the game with one today.
And the running game is kind of where that was all predicated too. The running game is as consistent as we've seen. You add a little bit more EJ Bucci, and that's kind of, that's just here it is. Stop it if you can, and most likely 225 pounds. EJ is going to get on through, but the offensive line stepped their game up tonight.
Yeah, and Bryson Woolman is a sophomore that stepped in last week and got the nod. And he's a little guy. Yeah. I mean, he looks kind of funny next to Mick and Ty at times, but I mean, gosh, he's a fighter, and he's a true lineman who loves being a lineman, and he's really earned his way onto the field this year, and he's been a really big catalyst for that group up front. He's such a student of the game, and he loves it so much. And, I said, just really, really proud of that kid and how far he's come in a short amount of time on varsity.
And I think for the first time all year in the games I've seen, and I think you've got over 100 yards rushing, and I know you've got over 100 yards rushing, but that's just something that suddenly, if you're going to get 100 yards plus on the ground, plus, whatever you can get through the air, a couple of touchdown passes from Lounsbury and good receiving play, put it all together. And now, like I say, it feels like, at least for one game, you're back.
Yeah. And again, that's all it is we've got to continue to get more and more together every week. And, like I said, in 2 weeks, if we get together, could be fun.
So linebackers played well. The D-line's playing well tonight. Lincoln Schonard, we thought up here, just played outstanding tonight, and it just seemed like he was all over the place, even when it looked like by mistake he made a pass interference penalty when he really wasn't intending to be where he was.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely one of his better performances of the season. I mean, he was all over the place, had a couple pass breakups, and just had a lot of really good plays off the edge there. So, I mean, he's come a long way as well this season. And again, I think you're starting to see the pieces come together, and some by design, some by force, because they've been other pieces taken off the board by injury. But I think you're starting to see things come together.
I like the receiving core tonight. Lincoln Dilgis, he's been there all season long, but now a little more consistent threat in the offense. He made a big play. Shufflebein gets that beautiful pass thrown. And let's talk about Lounsbury too. I thought last week was too much zip, not enough float, maybe until Terwilliger came into the game. Tonight, maybe a little bit, but he took a big stride again tonight too.
He did. I think he threw the ball very, very well. I think early on we didn't super help him. We had a couple blocking issues on a couple pass rushes and then a couple drops, or just not attacking the ball like it's ours. And then I think as the game went on, you really saw things really start to happen, because I think he's really been hitting lately. I think that first one was a tough bounce, that pick that they returned. And a huge effort play by our guys to tackle that down and save the touchdown and get our defense on the field.
We really thought this was going to be a low scoring game, and that could have been, and maybe in a sense it was the play of the game with Stalley running it down. But it is 3 phases. You even had a takeaway on special teams tonight. Good hustle all around.
No, a really fun game. Again, all phases contributed, and again, very, very proud of the step forward we took tonight.
Quality win, and obviously, you're trying to climb as much as you can. This is a big win against a team that gives you maximum power points too. With their 6-2 record, you still get 50 for this one. And, where can that take you, I suppose, as far as your first round possibilities are looking?
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely a possibility for a rematch of this in a couple weeks, probably out there. Mm-hmm. But, it's at the end of the day, as long as we're playing well, we'll go anywhere.
All right, Douglas is next week, and obviously this is a game where guys who need a rest, you can afford that a little bit, but people that need a little bit of work, you can plug them in too.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be another week that you've got to find a way to step forward. We don't want to stay stagnant and treat it as a week to get through. We got to find a way to go out there and get better.
But you still got to play hard, because if you play soft, that's when people get hurt, and that's the last thing you want, because we've had enough of that.
Yeah, we've had plenty of that this year.
All right, Coach, that's a Thursday game. We'll see you out west next week. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Steve Steele, the Governor head coach, as we'll give him a couple of T-shirts to hand off as well. Let's take a 2-minute timeout. Our post game will continue. Sponsored by Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg. Governors with a win tonight, 35-15 on River 92.7.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Xander Auto Parts, the only locally owned auto parts store in the Fort Pierre area, has been serving central South Dakota for over 40 years. They're a trusted name when it comes to automotive parts and supplies. Their knowledgeable staff is dedicated to assisting you in finding exactly what you need. Convenience is also a top priority. They're located at 500 Sioux Avenue. Xander Auto Parts. They support area youth in their activities. When you need auto parts or supplies, shop Xander Auto Parts, your auto value parts store.
For reliable, safe, efficient, and economical electrical work, call Ferding Electric. Ferding Electric staffs licensed, knowledgeable electricians to help you with all your electrical projects. New construction, rewires, or upgrades, residential or commercial, Ferding Electric knows how to get the job done right. Call Ferding Electric at 224-8684. Stop in at 2903 East Elizabeth, just off the truck bypass. See Ferding.com or find them on Facebook. Ferding Electric, licensed electricians, quality service, and dependable products since 1956.
When you need building supplies, there's no need to go anywhere except to Bauman Lumber in Fort Pierre. Bauman Lumber is locally owned and offers quality products, expert advice, free estimates, and free local delivery for large or small projects. Whether it's a home improvement project, remodel job, or all new construction, they even welcome special orders. Quality building materials and affordable prices for residential or commercial projects can be found at Bauman Lumber, 1223 Sale Barn Road, Fort Pierre, or call 223-9762.
Family Dental postgame continues 35-15. The Governors knock off the Spearfish Spartans tonight. Here's how it happened as they started right off the bat with that 11-play, 80-yard drive taking 5 minutes and 37 seconds off the first quarter clock. A Caleb Lounsbury touchdown pass to George Stalley at the goal line from 21 yards out. Carter Templeton's PAT makes it 7-0 right off the bat, but already we're 6 minutes plus to go in that first quarter. A long, sustained drive to start. And Spearfish went 3 and out on their first possession. Pierre was on the move again, but Carson Sire picked the ball off at the Spearfish 20, returned it all the way down to the Pierre 3-yard line, about a 77-yard return. Stalley ultimately ran him down. Spearfish gets a help of a penalty. They get it to the 1-yard line, but then a quarterback sack as Spearfish seemed to be a little bit unsure of what they wanted to do in how they were going to get the ball into the end zone. The Governors make a big defensive play, and that turned into, set things in motion, and the Governor defense leaves Spearfish off the scoreboard. They had to try a field goal instead, but the miss from Sam Marcus from 27 yards out didn't get underneath it, and he kicked the line drive wide left, and it stayed 7-0. The Govs respond on a touchback with another 80-yard drive, this time on 12 plays, taking even more time off the first half clock. This one in the second quarter, 6:24 overall. E.J. Bucci with a 2-yard run from the quarterback position. That makes it 14-0 with 4:27 left, and that was the halftime score. Pierre had one more opportunity running the 2-minute drill, but Sire with his second interception of Lounsbury at midfield, and Spearfish ran out the clock on 4 plays from there. Spartans got the ball to start the second half, but could not do anything with it. And 3 running plays turned into a 3-and-out. They punted, but for the first time tonight, the Governors from Spearfish's 40-yard line, well, they got pushed back on a quarterback sack, and they had to punt as well. So that was, their first of only 2 punts, make it 3 punts tonight, kicked away by the Governors. But Spearfish comes back again from their own 27-yard line on the third play of the drive. It was Sire trying to throw a pass this time, but Lincoln Schoenhard picks him off, and the Governors took over at the Spartan 36-yard line. And it's coming up again. This time, 13 plays to go 36 yards. That didn't matter. The Governors got it in with a Bucci 1-yarder. And again, they take 6 minutes plus off the clock, 6:15 to be exact. This one in the third quarter, that makes it 21-0 with 1:17 to go. Both teams punted on their next possessions, but Pierre did not have the field position from their own 3-yard line with 11:43 to go. They go 3-and-out, and Spearfish has their best starting field position of the night, other than the starting at the 3-yard line. But they do start at the 34, and in 4 plays, they get a 24-yard touchdown run from Hunter Walters, and the Spartans are on the board for the first time tonight with 8:55 to go in the fourth quarter. That made it 21-7 after the Governors punted on their next possession. Spearfish gets it at their own 22-yard line, but they go 3 and out, and they decide to go for it on 4th and 10. That didn't work out. The Governors take over at the Spartan 22 with 4:15 left, and on one play, a Caleb Lounsbury to Carter Shufflebind dime dropped in the corner of the end zone over the defender's head. I mean, it was just one of the best passes, most pretty passes we have seen in quite some time. Lounsbury to Shufflebind for 6. Templeton added another to make it 28-7. And then on the ensuing kickoff, it was Dylan Doran who was a little bit hesitant coming up to field the Templeton kick, and he ended up short hopping it. He kicked it away. The Governors recovered at the Spartan 21-yard line, a 19-yard pass to Terwilliger down to the 2-yard line, and then a Carter Merrill 2-yard run put the icing on the cake for the Governors' sake. They led 35-7 with under 4 minutes to go. Spearfish had one final drive, 6 plays, 80 yards. They got a 37-yard run by Walters to get down to the 3. A few plays later, after a penalty, it was Thomas Hughes hooking up with Dylan Doran from 5 yards out. Hunter Walters added a 2-point play, a 2-point conversion on a run attempt. That makes the final score 35-15. The Governors were able to, after recovering an onside kick, run the clock out in the last 90 seconds or so. There's your final, 35-15. Pierre had a big yardage advantage in the first half to the tune of 230-38 unofficially. Overall, in this one, Pierre will amass 315 total yards to 178 for Spearfish. Spearfish got most of their yards in a lot of them in that final drive, 80 yards, and the Governor defense softening up just a little bit. You can understand, but all in all, the Governor defense doing a great job against a high-powered Spearfish offense tonight. The Governors getting it. I'm sorry. The Governors getting it done on the ground tonight, 157 total yards. 99 of those come from Carter Merrill. He was over 100 at one point, had him at 102, but then he loses 5 yards on his 25th carry of the night. Pushes him back to 97, but he does get a final 2-yarder for a touchdown. That gives him 99 on the night on 26 carries. E.J. Bucci next in line, 11 carries, 61 yards, 2 touchdowns from 2 and 1 yard out. Caleb Lounsbury, because of kneel downs, rushes 4 times for about a loss total of -3. So I've got them at 157 on the ground, 166 positive through the air. Lounsbury throws 13 out of 22 for a $166, 2 touchdowns, also picked off 2 times in the first half, but he played clean in the second half. He was sacked once for a loss of 8 yards, so 158 net passing for the Govs. With 157 on the ground is 315 overall. Four pass catchers tonight. Lincoln Dill just leads in yardage with 61 on 3 catches. George Stalley catches 4 balls tonight for 33 yards, all in the first half. That included a 21-yard touchdown for the first score of the game. Carter Shufflebind catches a 22-yarder for a score. 3 catches, 34 yards overall. Cooper Terwilliger, 3 catches, 34 yards as well tonight. Pierre picking up 15 first downs along the way. They were penalized 8 times for total losses of 63 yards. They had 2 turnovers. Both of those first half interceptions picked off by Carson Sire of Spearfish. As for the Spartans, again, 178 total, 105 on the ground. Hunter Walters with 91 yards on 12 carries. 2 big ones, had 24 yards for a touchdown, had the 37-yarder to set up the second score for Spearfish tonight. Other than that, the Governors bottled him up quite well. He had a 10 and a 9-yarder otherwise with his, and 8 other carries that were next to nothing for Walters. So still 91 yards on 12 carries with a touchdown from 24 out. Next, after that, it was Thomas Hughes, 7 yards on 3 carries, a 3-yarder for Evan Wilson, 3 yards on 2 tries for Mick Bosch, a 1-yarder for Lathan Lucas on 2 tries, and Drace Eisenbarth, a jet sweep that netted nothing for the Spartans. So 105 on the ground, through the air. The sophomore quarterback, Thomas Hughes, goes 6 of 14 for 82 yards. He did hook up 5 yards out from with Dylan Doran for the touchdown, but he was it was Sire actually throwing the one interception picked off by Lincoln Schonard, but all told 6 of 16 as Walters threw a pass to start for Spearfish as well. Meanwhile, 82 passing, 1 quarterback sack of 9 yards, so 73 net passing yards for the Spartans with 105 on the ground. That's 178 total. It was the penalties that killed the Spearfish, especially in the first half, with 12 penalties in the first half. All told, 15 marks against the Spartans with 102 yards to the negative. Doran catches 3 balls for 69 yards.
Comes first at Hermanson Endodontics. Dr. Brian Hermanson serves Central South Dakota with specialty root canal treatment. Hermanson Endodontics strives to provide treatment that's not only comfortable, but also provides the best possible outcome. They do this by effective and timely communication with your dentist and preserving as much healthy tooth as possible using state-of-the-art 3-dimensional imaging and the dental operating microscope to guide diagnosis and treatment. Ask your dentist if a root canal specialist is right for you. Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre.
Big plays of the game from Hermanson Endodontics, and there are big plays made by the Governor defense all night long, and a Lincoln Schonard interception early in the second half. But, again, big plays, I think, for Spearfish came at a minimum. Sure, they got a couple of big plays tonight. But and the Govs come up with big plays, especially in that fourth quarter, and opportunistic plays. They had a couple of short field strikes to blow it open, and what was a 35-7 lead at one point on scoring 2 touchdowns, really in a span of 16 seconds, as it turns out. But you know what? We're going to go all the way back to the first quarter. The Governors led 7-0, and they hold Spearfish on a 3-and-out. They're driving again. Starting at their own 6-yard line. They get to the 34-yard line. Caleb Lounsbury is picked off at about the 20-yard line by Carson Sire. His first of 2 interceptions tonight. Sire runs almost a pick 6. He had a wall of blockers on the far side at about the 20-yard line. It looked for sure like he was going to make it all the way. But here comes George Stalley, probably the fastest guy on the field, at least for the Pierre Governors. He drags him down at the 5. The ball comes dead at the 3-yard line, and as it turned out, Spearfish never scored. That do-not-quit mentality in that sense for George Stalley is our big play of the game. Why? Well, think about it. If Spearfish scores, they did miss a field goal on that possession, by the way, but if they score a touchdown and it's 7-7, what's the complexion of the game? You really have to wonder just how big that play turned out to be. I think Spearfish settles in more than likely, and maybe 7-7. Of course, the Governors did score on their next possession to make it what was 14-0. Certainly could have been 14-7, but I think the game just had a completely different complexion all throughout the rest of that first half because the Spartans failed to score on that golden opportunity, and they missed the field goal. Pierre led 14-0 at the half, and again, it's just a great hustle, and that's the type of play that you expect from the Pierre Governors given the success that they've had. George Stalley makes tonight's biggest play of the game, and that is brought to you by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. Certainly a lot of candidates for player of the game. We're going to give pats on the back in the losing effort tonight to players like Carson Sire, who had the 2 picks. He had a couple of other great defensive plays, had a real great pass defended against Cooper Terwilliger in the second half. I mean, the kid can play, and we saw that tonight. We saw what Spearfish is capable of in their big play strike ability, but it was just not enough for their sake tonight. Hunter Walters is certainly worth the admission price, I would think. And look out for this sophomore quarterback, Thomas Hughes. He's a playmaker. Dylan Doran was a big addition back off of an injury tonight. A lot of good players. Defense played hard, but there just weren't enough plays being made by the Spartan defense tonight. So we'll look for the Governors. We'll talk about honorable mention, but we've got one picked out. Your player of the game is sponsored by Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. And our POG is next here in Governor Football.
Howdy, partners. Did you know that you can save up to 30 cents on a gallon of gas instantly when you use the Sinclair DinoPay app at all Cowboy Country Store locations? It's true, and it's fast, secure, and simple to use. Just go to your app store and download the green DinoPay app, follow the prompts, and save big money at the pump today.
Convenience from the country. Cowboy Country Stores.
Cowboy Country Stores have big players, or the player of the game tonight. And offensively, you see a big game from Carter Merrill. Talking about the offensive line, Coach Steve Steele singled out the little guy. Even John Calda and I had a conversation about Bryson Wallman coming in and playing some added center. And with the Governors amassing 157 yards on the ground, you've got to give a pat on the back to the offensive line for getting it done tonight. And Merrill and Bucci doing most of the damage on the ground. Caleb Lounsbury, as we said, made some good strides once again, second half last week, and most of the game tonight. Pretty good job for the junior quarterback. Our player of the game, however, is going to be one of the linebackers for the Governors, and it just seemed like he played extremely well all night long, and that's Lincoln Schoenhard. Shoney, the smallest of the linebackers at 160 pounds, did pick off a pass. He almost had another one tonight. Just seemed like he's in on stops all night long. Spearfish's running game was stymied. Schoenhard was a big part of that, and Lincoln is just all over the field tonight, and a great example of why the Governors are the team walking away with the W here tonight, 35-15. Lincoln Schoenhard is tonight's player of the game. We get him a T-shirt noting his accomplishments and leading the Governors. It was certainly a team effort tonight to the victory over Spearfish. So the Govs are now 4-4. It'll be Douglas next Thursday. Keep in mind, final week of the regular season is on Thursday night instead of Friday. And we'll have a 6:25 Central Time pregame, still a 7 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Mountain kickoff when the Governors go out to Box Elder to take on the Douglas Patriots. Douglas still winless. They lose tonight to Brookings by the score of 42-7. Other scores have Watertown against Sturgis. It's out west. Watertown comes away a 35-24 winner. Sturgis will be at Spearfish for the Spartans season finale, regular season as usual. Huron comes from behind and beats Mitchell in a tight one, 29-26 in Huron. So the Tigers are 4-4, as are the Governors. Yankton over T-Area 28-7. Aberdeen, no match for Sioux Falls Lincoln tonight, 53-2. The Patriots win that one. So the updated standings right now, it's Watertown 6-2, Yankton 6-2, Spearfish is 6-2, so is Brookings now. All four teams at 6-2 with the best records in 11 AA. T-Area with the loss to Yankton is now 4-4. Pierre with a win, Huron with a win, all 4-4. Aberdeen Central falls to 3-5. Then you've got Mitchell falling to 1-7. Sturgis is 2-6 after the loss to Watertown. Douglas is 0-8. It'll be interesting with just a game to go in the regular season for all teams to see where the postseason pairings will shape up. The rest of the scores in 11 AAA. Sioux Falls, Washington beats Roosevelt 42-7. O'Gorman shuts out Rapid City Stevens 48-0. Sioux Falls Jefferson over Rapid City Central 39-13. And the big game in 11 AAA has Brandon Valley against Harrisburg. It's number 1 against number 2, but it's the second-ranked Brandon Valley Lynx leading Harrisburg with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, 21-7. That game going on in Brandon tonight. Both of those teams are unbeaten at 7-0 going into that game. Let's take a look at other area scores. Winter shuts out Chamberlain tonight 46-0. It was Wagner on top of Miller High Moore Herald in 11B 42-28. 9-man ranks in 9AA. Stanley County picking up their second win of the season, 54-12. They end with the win over Potter County. Potter County a tough season, and there's still a good feeling. A lot of folks rooting for Potter County after they lost their head coach Vern Smith to cancer in the off season. But Stanley County, I think, gets a win, and I think they'll be in the playoff picture. Justin Coward with the call on that one on KGFX tonight. 54-12, the Govs get the victory. Number 1, Parkston, no trouble with Gregory tonight, 68-18. Phillip leading New Underwood out west, 32-18 in the 9-man ranks. Good game had Woolsey Wessington beating Kimball White Lake 22-20. And other 9-man scores, including our KMLO game where Dupree beats Timberlake 56-20 tonight up north. Wall on KPLO handles Lyman, no problem there. Mercy Rule wins 60-6. Wall unbeaten yet again in the regular season. And in 9B this afternoon, Sully Buttes beats Sunshine Bible. Same score, 60-6, as the Chargers have just one loss on the year. Faulkton area with a Mercy Rule win over Northwestern. Kadoka Mercy Rules Jones County 52-0. Some scores there in the 9-man ranks. Upcoming action, the Governors, as we mentioned, at Douglas Thursday night, 6:25 pregame. Our next Governor broadcast has us at Riggs High Gym Tuesday night when the Governor volleyball team will host the Huron Tigers. Will be on the air at 6:30 with the pregame. Hope you can join us for that. Best of luck to Spearfish and safe travels to Spearfish's fans on the way back home, where the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety reminds us all when we're on the road that buckling up is the best way to save a life in a crash. Let's do it for our friends and family. We've all got someplace to be. Big thanks to Chuck Hansen. Pinch hitting tonight for William Wilson. There's William is in the school play, by the way. There's one more performance tomorrow night at 7 o'clock of the fall play for Riggs High at Riggs High Theater. And then there is a fall concert as well for the chorus and band coming up on Tuesday night. Might want to take that one in as well. So thanks to Chuck tonight. Also, Jordan Lutmer has been running camera for Live Ticket. Rewatch this Governor win on the drgnews.com website and the DRG News app, the River 92.7 page of both. Big thanks to John Calda for helping us out on the call tonight, and for you for joining us, for Midco for providing the chili and the Yeti souvenir cups. We appreciate you guys for doing what you do. For We Care, Pink Hair, and the fundraiser they had for breast cancer awareness in the month of October tonight. Everybody doing a good job, and the Governors also a great job tonight. Your final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard: Pierre 35, Spearfish 15. I'm Brian Oakland, DRG Media Group Sports. This has been a presentation of your official home of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7, drgnews.com. Have a safe hunt this weekend, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Pierre Governor Playoff Football on River 92.7 has been brought to you by Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Dairy Queen, Live Ticket, Overhead Door, Rinky Gray Wealth Management, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City, Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, Century Business Products, and the Brittany Shufflebind Agency American Family Insurance. Governor Playoff Football is brought to you by Access Health, Potsapa Agency, State Farm Insurance. First.
Driven.